Urban Outfitters shares after earnings up by 15%. It did report stronger than expected sales growth in the third quarter. Nordstrom, meanwhile, raising the lower end of its annual sales guidance after its off-price and flagship chains reported quarterly growth that was better than expected. Nordstrom shares, though, they are down by 11.4%. Recapping, S&P down 0.3% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, and we're streaming live on YouTube as well. So head over there and check us out there. Matt, why don't you bring in our next guest, because I have no idea what you guys want to talk about.
So, all right, Barry Ritholtz is here, founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. He's also the host of Masters in Business, probably the best podcast that we have on our platform, or at least to me, the most interesting. And
I like your car one with Hannah.
Hot Pursuit?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's also cool.
You should check out Hot Pursuit with me and Hannah Elliott. But we have Barry also on that podcast pretty often. And so there's a number of market issues that I want to talk to you about. But first, since we teased it, let's talk about your electric 911. The 80s era, not 70s, but the 80s era 911s, for me, are like what a Porsche 911 is. But they're also flat sixes with the motor in the back, and you've put a battery, I guess, across the whole body.
Right. So the battery goes where the spare tire would be in the front trunk. The motor comes out, the gas tank, the oil, the exhaust, the transmission, all the mechanical hardware comes out. 400 horsepower Tesla motor gets dropped right on top of the rear axle. So you accomplish two things. First, that sort of crazy 70-30 weight distribution becomes closer to 50-50, so the handling is a little more neutral, and then you lower the center of gravity because the motor is lower and that battery lowers everything. And so it's a fun car. The weak link in the car is, you know, the traditional Carrera two-piston brakes from the 1980s. It's like I should really have a rock attached to a chain and throw it out the window, because that sort of anchor is more effective than stepping on there's no ABS, so you're modulating the brakes on your own. And the car was not designed to go, it was a 215, 2,500 pound car. Now it's a 400 horsepower, 2,800 pound car. So I'm looking into putting the sort of 930, 4 caliber, bigger disc. By the way, half your audience has just departed.
No. I think a lot of our audience cares deeply about 911s.
It was a really fun project because I spent the better part of the past 10 years finding these ratty old cars and bringing them back to life. So I did this with an FJ40. I did this with the Cabrio, the M491
So this is what's interesting to me. Initially, you bought another car that was supposed to be the donor, an M491. So it's got the turbo look, the wide rear end, the whale tail, but the naturally aspirated motor.
Naturally.
And it was too good for you to destroy. So
Which I didn't know when I purchased it. In fact, I had asked the mechanic, hey, I found an M491 turbo. He's like, no, you didn't. He goes, they brought 100 of them to the United States. Everybody thinks they have one. It's all aftermarket junk. It's fiberglass. And the next day I get a phone. All right, I'll bring it over. I'll take a look. The next day I get a phone call. Congratulations, you won the lottery. This is a matching numbers M491. The previous owner must have tracked it because it had a roll bar and a harness cage and all these extra electronics. He took the engine from 3.2 to 3.4, which, by the way, is the only thing I left not stock, was the increased engine displacement. Everything else I brought back to the original.
That's because, as we all know, there's no replacement for displacement, right, except maybe electric power. So my question is, you now have these two 911s from the same era. One is a big, beefy, naturally aspirated 3.2 liter flat six. 3.4 liter flat six. And the other is a 400 horsepower Tesla motor with a big battery in the front. Which one do you like better?
They're very different experiences. If I want to get into that, this is me in college, then it's the Cabrio. Then you get into the natural aspirated car, and you go for a ride, and you feel like, wow, this is what it was like back in the day. They're built so solid. They're so reliable. The only thing I have in it that's not stock is a battery kill switch. I shut the battery off, go away for 2 months, come back, it fires right up. I mean, they're just so well built and so reliable. The electric is kind of fun. I pulled up next to a GT3 the other day, and if I'm next to him, he can't see that the license plate says EV911. He looks over and sees an 80s era Porsche, and the light turns green, and he's in my rearview mirror wondering what the hell is going on. So it's a lot of fun. And then he catches up to me at the next light, and it's like, what is happening there? And by the way, I've seen like C2 Corvettes, 60 eras Corvettes, where they drop a modern LT1 engine in, and it's 450 horsepower, and that car weighs about this, maybe a little more than this, but it's a 2,000 and change power.
But your electric Porsche, it doesn't have the cool Porsche sound.
It does not have that sound.
See,
what it has
right
is lots of go.
Okay.
And the one thing, though, you got to be a little careful is you got to make sure the ground is dry and the tires are pointing in the right direction, because that is still a tail-happy car no matter what. And what do we have, 10 seconds left to talk about the markets?
Here we go. I got a bunch of 2025 forecast reports sitting in my inbox. Do I read any of them?
This is my favorite time of year because
6,666 out of Bank America.
Right. So what we March 9th, 2009, 666. So 10x the generational lows.
That's exactly what my mind did too. I remember the day I was sitting in the desk when it went to 666, and I thought, this is not a good omen.
Turned out to be a fantastic buying opportunity.
Yeah.
And what always amuses me about these forecasts is it's never the same person who's right each year. It's somebody's dart is going to be closest to the target, but it's pretty random. And it's just a reminder that I think investors, and including myself, need to be a whole lot more humble than we really are. We imagine we know what comes next. We imagine we understand the future. Sure, I could pick stocks and time the market. I'm great at that. And it turns out that as a group, investors generally, people broadly, we're not especially good at it. And it leads to behavioral problems within portfolios. I can't tell you how many emails I've read or conversations I've had about people saying, I want to add leverage because Trump's going to tax cut and deficit spend is going to send the market, or I want to sell my house and live in an apartment because housing is going to get cut 25%. And I don't think either of those approaches are intelligent. You have to look at the history of investing and various who had control of the House, of the Senate, of the White House, and essentially recognize that, some presidents do better than others, some presidents do worse. There are things that you can do to help the economy. There are things that you can do that can be problematic. Do we really have any idea what this president is going to do? Let me remind everybody that in 2016, he advertised himself as Tariff Man. So is Tariff Man really going to be Tariff Man? Are we going to really put a 25% tariff on all the oil we get from Canada, on all of the U.S. automakers that build in Mexico? It doesn't make any.
All right, so good stuff, good car talk. Always got to get that in. Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He's also a day job founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Coming up, we're going to talk to Poonam Goyal here, Bloomberg Intelligence, get the sense of Black Friday. How good is retail going to be this holiday season? That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we got Matt Miller sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live as well on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast. Let's talk a little retail. Tomorrow, Black Friday for those that observe. Poonam Goyal joins us, Senior U.S. E-commerce and Retail Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Poonam, give us a sense here as we step back. We've seen a lot of your retailers report earnings over the last week or so, kind of a mixed bag, but I'd just love to get your sense of how you think this holiday shopping season is shaping up for this season.
So it's going to be about deals. We know that the consumer is being cautious. We know that they're trying to pull back on spending. They want to stretch their dollars, and Black Friday is the perfect time to do so. We expect people to be drawn to the deals, even though they started really, Paul, in October, right, with the Prime Day deals. But retailers are going to make a big push to get people into the stores and online to shop. They will be aggressive. The holiday season is shorter, so they have really a short window to capture mind and wallet share.
So I'm sure most people know that it's called Black Friday because it's the day before which most retailers are still in the red. Most retailers are posting losses, and this is the day when it turns around and they start becoming profitable. That's the idea. Is that still true, Poonam, considering that everything has shifted online and shifted earlier? You mentioned Prime Day. Like, there's so many other deals that Black Friday just isn't what it was when we were kids.
Well, it's Black November now, so the deals have been there for a long time. Look, the deals are there, but they're priced in, right? So when you think about the margin, the deals that we're seeing right now are already planned. They're budgeted for. Inventories are lean heading into the holidays, so we don't expect margins to really deviate from the guidance that has been given unless post-Black Friday, you start to see those Black Friday level promotions come back after Cyber Monday. The deals should be the steepest between Black Friday and Cyber Monday.
We had Dana Telsley in earlier today, famed retail analyst, and she said the go-to product this year is the Birkenstock closed-toe shoe.
No.
Yes.
That's horrendous.
Exactly. That's what I
Dude,
thought.
if anybody wears those to work,
Yeah.
we're throwing them right out.
Exactly. So, Poonam, you talked about promotions and the consumers being really value-oriented this year, particularly maybe on the lower end of the economic spectrum. Does that mean lots of deals and maybe lower margins for the retailers this season?
Yeah, so it means lots of deals for sure, but not necessarily lower margins because these deals have been priced in. Should those deals extend and grow beyond what we see through Cyber Monday? Yes, there's a risk. But for now, those doorbusters and the 20, 30, 40% off that you'll probably see is already priced in.
Did you see the Urban Outfitters numbers today, Poonam? I mean, the stock is up 15% right now, and it already had been having a good year. Isn't this one of those companies that's at risk if Trump really raises tariffs on Chinese goods, on Mexican goods? I mean, don't they have a real problem in their inventory?
I think most of retail has a problem if the tariffs do get put in place at a significant premium to what they already are, especially from China and other Asian countries. That said, for retailers, you control what you can. And if you can get the right product, if you can resonate with your customers, you'll get the traffic, you'll get the draw. But if prices go up 40, 50%, consumers will pull back next year. So as of right now, for us, it's a wait and watch story. We don't know until we know, right, what the tariff raise will be, if any, and when.
Poonam, are the Matt Millers of the world, are they going to actually go to a store and buy stuff this season, or are they just going to point and click?
I hope a little bit of both. I'm doing both. But I think people will be in stores because I think they still enjoy it, especially the younger generations. I think, it's a point of meeting. It's a point of gathering. It's still an experience. Now, will they get up at 6 a.m. to do so as they did maybe a decade ago? I don't think so. But will they be in stores as the day progresses? Yes. In fact, if we look back at the last few years, the malls got crowded as the days progressed. So the afternoons were very, very busy, which, historically, Paul, it's always been like, who's at the line at 6 a.m.?
I'm getting up early on Friday.
Are you?
I'm going to go drive a buddy's Ferrari 355.
Nice.
And then I'm going to go to the stores to physically price match, I'm going to go to Tire Rack and I'm going to go to Mavis as well as the dealership because I need Continental Extreme Contact DWS Plus tires.
Who doesn't?
And I need them in a 315 3520.
Sure.
And you can't really search for that on the internet
you gotta
because they always say, oh, we have a great deal, but it's a different size. Every
Yeah.
time it's the wrong size.
Yeah, you got to go there.
I got to finally a question. It's more, I want you to editorialize a little bit, Poonam. I read a story this morning. Taylor Swift, who I imagine should be on top of the world, right? The Eras Tour moves economies. She's made a deal with Target, which has like dirty linoleum floors and depressing fluorescent lighting. Man, isn't that like down market for Taylor Swift?
No.
Why would she
No,
make a deal with
no.
Target?
No and no. Remember, Target is Target. Go back in time. Target had deals with luxury designers and they brought them into mainstream retail. That is what Target does. That is what Target is known for. Did it step off that pedal for a little bit? You can say yes. Bringing Taylor Swift into their stores is going back to the basics for Target.
Very good. Good answer. See, he hasn't been in a Target forever. He's driving Ferraris. Poonam, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Poonam Goyal, she covers all the retail stuff for Bloomberg News, so that's a good thing. Matt, thanks for
Thank you.
sitting in for the last.
Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Hey, it's been a pleasure.
Yep.
I'm thankful for you, Paul
Oh,
Sweeney.
there you go. How about that? That's very nice. Enjoy Thanksgiving with your family. The new one in the flock there. That's good news. Balance of Power with Kaylee Lines is coming up next after the global news update. Get the latest coming out of Washington, D.C. Happy Thanksgiving. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Peter King. So what's it like driving in and around New York?
Absolutely crazy. Oh, it's pretty bad.
Your favorite map app will show you a lot of red and yellow there and at a lot of other places as Thanksgiving holiday traffic heats up. Some 72 million Americans are expected to drive longer distances this week. More than 3 million are flying today. KYW's Tim Jimenez is at Philadelphia International.
Passengers who were catching some of the early flights had plenty of company here in Philadelphia.
In a long line.
One of those travelers was LaTanya, who is going to Puerto Rico because her daughter is on the Towson University women's basketball team, and they're playing in a weekend tournament.
I'm going to cook for her. Probably some turkey, macaroni and cheese, yams.
Tim Jimenez for CBS News, Philadelphia.
3 Americans who faced life or death sentences in China are free. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The White House says after years of talks, Americans Mark Swiden, Kai Li, and John Leong will soon be heading home from China. In exchange, the U.S. has agreed to release 3 Chinese citizens. Swiden faced a death sentence on drug charges. Li and Leong were imprisoned on spy charges. The U.S. classified all 3 as wrongfully detained.
There's late word that several of Donald Trump's cabinet nominees and appointees have been targeted with violent threats, including bomb threats and swatting. That from the president-elect's spokeswoman. The threats were made last night. This morning, law enforcement and authorities acted quickly to ensure their safety. The ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah appears to be holding up. CBS's Deborah Patta is in northern Israel, where she says there's skepticism on both sides of the border.
It's not safe to go home, said Israeli Eliyahu Maman, because Hezbollah can still harm us. I don't believe in this ceasefire. Beirut's Rima Abdelkalak said Israel cannot be trusted. But that lack of trust has not stopped thousands of Lebanese civilians hitting the road down south. Everyone desperate to go back home, despite warnings from both Israel and Lebanon that it's still too dangerous.
Ohio Governor Jim DeWine has signed a bill that says transgender students K through college may not use school restrooms that fit their current gender identities. Well, happy Thanksgiving, except if you own one of these vehicles.
226,000 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Elantras are being recalled to fix a problem with a circuit board in their rear camera system. If that board fails, then the driver won't be able to see an image from the rear view camera.
WWJ's Jeff Gilbert. A rough day on Wall Street with the Dow down 49, the NASDAQ down 221. This is CBS News. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez tells us how one woman has done her family's Thanksgiving dinner on a very low budget.
Rebecca Chobat whipped out a $20 bill and headed to the dollar store.
Starting off with a can of chicken broth, I also got a bottle of ranch dressing and
her
some
TikTok
Italian
post
seasoned
has
ranch.
gone viral.
For an appetizer, we're doing some fried mac and cheese bites. For our main dish, I am doing a casserole that is all of the best parts of Thanksgiving layered together. And then lastly, for dessert, I made some caramel apple pie sugar cookie bars.
The single mom shares tips and affordable recipes regularly with her 2 million followers, many struggling to make ends meet.
I do think it was my best Thanksgiving dinner that I have ever made.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
With a shorter holiday shopping season, retail experts say you can expect an extra push for interactive products and experiences, from special classes to big TVs. Peter King, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's Thanksgiving Eve, but the news stops for no one. Welcome to Balance of Power. As we come to air at noon p.m. Eastern Time, a ceasefire agreement is in effect between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. We'll have the latest on that and what it means for the ongoing conflict in Gaza this hour with Jonathan Panikoff of the Atlantic Council. Plus, we'll bring you the latest on the Trump transition as he names more names to fill out his economic team. Bloomberg's Michael Shepard will have the details, and we'll get analysis from Stuart Paul of Bloomberg Economics, as we got a lot of eco data this morning as well. And as always, our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, will be with me. But first, we must check on the financial markets on this Wednesday. Happy Thanksgiving Eve, Charlie Pellet in New York. What you see?
What I see is the market selling off right now ahead of Thanksgiving, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red, right to the numbers. The S&P now lower by 32 points, a decline of 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 48, decline right now of just about 0.1%, while NASDAQ is down 222 points, down by 1.2%. We have got a gauge, a Bloomberg gauge of the Mag 7 mega caps falling by about 1.7%. 10-year at 4.24%, with the 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $6 the ounce, up 0.2%. 26.39 on the precious metal, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%. 68.40 right now for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin ripping higher right now, up 4.4%. Bitcoin at 95,638. As for markets and concerns about potential tariffs, Seema Shaw is Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management.
What we were thinking ahead of the election, and typically what you see through history, is that one, it doesn't really change the narrative too much, but specifically in this election, what you did see, it reinforced a narrative that was already in play, in that of US exceptionalism. And I think the news that we've had since the election results were announced, it has simply exaggerated and exacerbated that idea of US exceptionalism, where the rest of the world starts to struggle, but the US really does prosper.
Seema Shaw, Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management. You can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Right now, we are looking at our sell-off in a lot of big tech names after earnings. Dell, case in point, Dell Technologies down 13%. HPQ, that's Hewlett-Packard Inc., after earnings, down now by 13.7%. CrowdStrike after earnings down 6.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The clock has started now on a 60-day ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. The deal, of course, was reached yesterday, and it required weeks of shuttle diplomacy from those in the Biden administration. Obviously, this is a big deal and important news for those who have been affected by this conflict, as many can now return to their homes. But it's a big deal for President Biden as well, who has been pushing for this very hard, pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza as well. And he actually announced this from the Rose Garden at the White House yesterday, just after the Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu spoke in Israel.
This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. What is left of Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations will not be allowed, I emphasize, will not be allowed to threaten the security of Israel again. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces will deploy and take control of their own territory once again.
I am determined to do whatever it takes to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. I have said many times that a good agreement is an agreement that is enforced, and we will enforce it.
So for more on this agreement and what it means for the region more largely, we turn to Jonathan Panikoff. He is Atlantic Council Director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative. Welcome back to Balance of Power, Jonathan. To seize on the words of President Biden there, he suggested this is a path to something permanent, but ceasefires often are temporary in nature, and this initial period is only 60 days. What will it take to make this a permanent cessation of hostilities?
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for having me back. Look, I think it is true that it is a 60-day ceasefire, but it's supposed to be 60 days. And if all the parties implement the required steps, then it will become permanent. In other words, it's not 60 days and then Israel at the end of that is supposed to, the Israeli forces are supposed to go back to Israel. It's 60 days, and step by step, as the Lebanese armed forces redeploy to the south of Lebanon, then Israeli forces will move out. And the goal is that at the end of 60 days, you'll have no more Israeli forces in Lebanon. You'll have only the Lebanese armed forces undertaking the security that, frankly, they were supposed to have been undertaking back in 2006 when UN Resolution 1701 was implemented. The hope is that this will actually be different this time because of the parties involved in the structure, and that it will lead to obviously a more permanent ceasefire. Whether that's true, we'll obviously have to wait and see. Both sides are going to be inclined to say there's violations. The goal will be for the US and France, who are now more involved, to be able to say, look, we have to move forward. The violations we can be dealt with. We need to ensure that we retain the ceasefire that we've sought to establish.
Well, how able would Hezbollah even be at this point to violate this in a materially threatening way, Jonathan, considering we understand that the reason this was able to come together is in part because Israel has so materially weakened Hezbollah by decapitating its most senior leadership, by taking out a lot of its military capability?
That's certainly right. Look, I think about probably 60 to 70% of Hezbollah's missile inventory, some of its rocket inventory, its drone inventory has probably been destroyed by Israel over the last 4 months or so. And obviously, Hezbollah's command and control is incredibly weak right now. Israel has taken out and killed not only the most senior leaders of Hezbollah, but even the second and third level commanders, and that's incredibly weak in the organization. But Hezbollah still does retain a significant amount of rockets, of shorter range weapons that can reach northern Israel. At the end of the day, the fundamental goal for Israel was to be able to ensure that the tens of thousands of Israelis who have been displaced from their homes for over a year now could return to them. If Hezbollah is able to start refiring the rockets it has remaining in its inventory, that obviously would create a challenge for the ceasefire, but clearly they are fully weakened and in a much weaker position than they were even 4 months ago.
Well, and arguably, Jonathan, the same thing could be said of Hamas after more than a year of fighting with Israel in Gaza. There was much conversation yesterday about whether or not this ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah would be a step toward reaching another ceasefire agreement with Hamas. Obviously, these are fundamentally different conflicts in many ways. There's a massive question about what the day after would look like if an agreement is come to between Israel and Hamas. So give us a reality check here. How much closer are we to a resolution there now that this current ceasefire in Lebanon is in place?
I think we're probably a little bit closer, but not much, to be honest. Look, the Biden administration has put a lot of emphasis that if you could create a situation in terms of resolving the conflict with Hezbollah, it would cut the link between Hezbollah and Hamas and might create an opening for a new negotiation between Hamas and Israel. That is possible. There was a Hamas official just today who went to the Qataris, US, and Egypt and said, we are ready to negotiate under serious terms. The difference is the circumstances haven't significantly changed when it comes to Israel's position or Hamas's position. The reality is that as degraded as Hamas is, they still hold a significant amount of leverage because they're still holding 101 hostages. And even though we know most, or at least some of those hostages are probably no longer alive, that still means that there's dozens of them remaining. I think that creates a different impediment to getting to a ceasefire deal than you had with Hezbollah, for example. Hamas is going to want a much higher cost, and Israel, without a day after plan, as you mentioned, isn't quite ready to give it, I wouldn't think.
Well, and I wonder if that's also in part because Israel knows a new U.S. president is coming. 54 days from now, it will be Donald Trump that is the commander-in-chief and is helping to dictate or dictating entirely foreign policy. So I do wonder your sense of the timing here, that yes, maybe this ceasefire in Lebanon was able to be accomplished under this administration, but all of these parties all throughout the Middle East and other allies involved in this know a new administration's coming in.
I think that certainly plays into it from Prime Minister Netanyahu's perspective. Look, I don't think it's any secret that Prime Minister Netanyahu was strongly preferring that President-elect Trump win the election earlier this month. At the same time, the president-elect has actually been very, very clear. This might be one of the few areas that he and the Biden administration are on the same page, that he wants to see the conflict ended before, if not very, very soon after his inauguration. It's hard to believe that you'll see a significant change in circumstances on the ground that would really change the totality of what the parties are negotiating over between now and Trump's inauguration. And so I think, look, it is true that I think President Trump will probably have a little bit more leverage, a new administration, and an ability to cajole Netanyahu in a way that I think President Biden has struggled to do. But ultimately, it's still going to be a fundamental challenge. And without the circumstances on the ground changing, I'm not sure that it's going to make a huge difference in the end.
Well, we know that there are some common denominators in terms of what the incoming Trump administration would like to see accomplished in the Middle East and what the Biden administration has been pushing for, inclusive of a normalization in the Saudi-Israel relationship, Jonathan. In our final moment here, what needs to happen as a prerequisite to that normalization?
It's a great question because over the last year, the Saudis have moved consistently in terms of their demands when it comes to the Palestinians. It started quite quietly that they just wanted to see a ceasefire, and then it became a question of a clear path to a two-state solution. And earlier this month, you saw the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, come out and say, no, there needs to be an actual Palestinian state. Look, it's going to be hard to move back from that. In a multipolar world, the Saudis see themselves not only as the key pole in the Middle East, but they see themselves as the voice not just for the Saudi population, but the pan-Arab population. That doesn't mean that it can't happen, but I think in order to get there, you're really going to need a heavy push by the Trump administration and a broader deal that includes not just the Saudis and the Israelis and the Palestinians, but probably more of the region as well.
All right, Jonathan Panikoff of the Atlantic Council, thank you so much, as always, for joining me here on Balance of Power, and we'll have more ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Red on the screen ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday in the U.S. with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. The S&P back below 6,000. 59.93 where we stand right now. We've got the S&P down 28, lower by 0.5%. Dow Industrials down 49, a decline of 0.1%, while NASDAQ is down 199, lower by 1%. 10-year 4.23% with a 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $9 the ounce, 26.42, up by about 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude 68.30 a barrel, down now by 0.7%. Bitcoin surging $4,000 right now to 95,690 on Bitcoin, up by 4.4%. Symbotic, it's a warehouse automation company. Shares are plunging after cutting its first quarter revenue forecast and saying it's unable to file its annual filing due to accounting errors. Shares right now are plunging. We've got Symbotic down by just about 38%. Billionaire Elon Musk is calling for eliminating the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, highlighting the renewed threat under President-elect Donald Trump to a regulatory agency that has long been a target of Republicans and business advocacy groups. Recapping, S&P down 30, down by 0.5%. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, and here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the trading on this Thanksgiving Eve. Thank you so much. And the fact that it is Thanksgiving Eve points to the fact that there are now just over 50 days to go until Inauguration Day, 54 to be exact. And yet, we do still have that window of time before President-elect Donald Trump takes the oath of office. We already have a pretty clear understanding of what his second administration will look like, at least in terms of the highest level economic positions. We already knew about Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary and Howard Lutnick for Commerce, but we had 2 new names dropped last night, confirming, might I add, Bloomberg scoops that suggested Donald Trump would be, as he made official yesterday, appointing Kevin Hassett to be the director of the National Economic Council and Jameson Greer to be the next U.S. trade representative. We want to get more on this now and what implications these selections have for trade and tariff policy, and turn to Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, who is here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Mike, both of these men served in the first Trump administration, Hassett at the Council of Economic Advisors and Greer as chief of staff to the former U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer. So is he essentially, Greer, as close as you could get to a reprisal of Lighthizer as USTR without actually Trump reappointing him?
Well, that's a good way of putting it, Kaylee, and I think you hit on something else that's really critical in these 2 selections. They are both known to Donald Trump. He knows Howard Lutnick and Scott Bessent, but they did not serve with him the first time around. And he will have that kind of familiarity with them, and even more importantly, vice versa. They will understand how to meet what the president is demanding or calling for at any given moment. And these are critical jobs that these 2 men will have. Let's look at Kevin Hassett. Yeah. He will be charged with trying to get Donald Trump's sweeping tax package through Congress, and that will be no easy feat. He is calling for a reduction in the corporate tax rate to 15%, and then delivery on all those campaign promises he made about exempting tipped income, exempting social security income, and other benefits of the like. But when Congress is looking at all this, they are going to think, all right, how fast can we do this? Can we afford it? What will it mean for the balance sheet? And then there is Greer. He will be tasked with delivering on Trump's promises when it comes to trade and tariffs, using tariffs to try to bring manufacturing back here to the U.S.
Well, and Donald Trump already is putting that policy front and center with his Truth Social post this week, threatening 10% additional tariffs on all Chinese goods, 25% on those coming from Mexico and Canada. From what we know of Greer, considering he did have a role implementing the first Chinese tariffs during the Trump administration, there's no sign that he would push back to those kind of ideas, right? He's even suggested as far as strategic decoupling with China. Yeah,
there is really very little sign of moderation away from what Trump had proposed on the campaign trail, which was 60% tariffs on Chinese goods. What we got on Monday on Truth Social from the president-elect may be, in fact, a bonus on top of that. It's unclear. The Trump transition hasn't explained or answered the question of, well, how does this fit in? what was interesting about the Monday announcement from Donald Trump was that it seemed to be used directly for policy means. He was trying to extract concessions from the two closest U.S. neighbors and top trading partners, I would add. Mexico is number one, Canada number two, and then China at number three on questions about the border and fentanyl coming into the U.S. When it comes to China more broadly and trade, we see a philosophy coming from Jameson Greer about China, which he characterizes as a generational threat to the U.S. and a challenge to the U.S. in a way. When he talks about strategic decoupling, this is a break from the current administration's view, which is
really not like to use the decoupling language.
And we have seen time and again in our discussions with Biden administration officials, including Gina Raimondo and Catherine Tai, they steer away from that language and they say that they still want to do business with China. That is very much not the case with Jameson Greer. And he has even talked about, and you wonder what does strategic decoupling means, he has even talked about revoking permanent normal trade relations status, which would be a big deal for China and would pave the way for increasing tariffs the way that Trump has proposed.
Well, and when we consider this particular relationship, it's not just about placing tariffs and levies on imports. It's also a question of what the U.S. is willing to export to China, considering this administration has been robust in, I would say, implementing export controls of strategic technologies and industries, which, of course, you spend a lot of your time covering.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because this is an area where the Biden administration actually did one better, in a sense, than their predecessor. Donald Trump had imposed a bunch of tariffs and had started to enact a few export controls with respect to Huawei. But the Biden administration left those tariffs in place. They're still there, but has also introduced a series of export controls on sensitive technology, advanced semiconductors, semiconductor making equipment, AI technology, also things that were in strategic competition. We're seeing a strategic competition between the U.S. and China. But Greer actually would like to take that even further, apply them to legacy semiconductors, the older stuff that goes into more run-of-the-mill equipment that we might see, as opposed to some of the advanced stuff that could have national security applications. He also wants to apply it to aircraft and aviation parts and transportation equipment. And there are other areas where he would also like to impose some restrictions, and those include outbound investment by U.S. companies, banks, and venture capital firms in Chinese companies. And this is something the Biden administration, again, has started on, but we could see the Trump administration take much further and covering a much wider range of potential investments.
It's a lot to look forward to. Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, thank you so much. And of course, as we consider the role that trade and tariffs will play, it all is going to filter in to the U.S. economy. And we want to dig into the kind of economy that this incoming administration is going to inherit, because we got a lot of economic data today, including a GDP reading for the third quarter showing a solid 2.8% growth rate. We got inflation data as well, in line with estimates, but is showing a bit of a pickup in the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. So Stuart Paul is with me now. He is Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist here with me on Balance of Power. Stuart, if we could just start with the GDP data first and the consumer engine especially. Are we starting to see some signs of a slowdown, even though overall this still does look like a solid economy?
We're seeing some signs of a slowdown. I think that the slowdown is more evident in October's personal income and outlays data, which we could get to in just a moment. But 2.8% headline growth, about in line with what we saw in the first estimate, is still pretty robust. I think that the thing that's most indicative of that slowdown is that we are seeing slowing gross domestic income. We are seeing decline in corporate profits. That's going to weigh most likely on investment going forward. Maybe it's just that companies are waiting to hear a little bit more about policy, including TCJA extensions under the Trump administration. But with fewer corporate profits, there's less room for investment going forward. Thinking a little bit about the consumer landscape, folks are facing high prices. It is a generally tight labor market that is supporting wage growth and allowing consumers to continue spending. But we are finding that it is becoming an increasingly difficult time for unemployed workers to find new jobs. And so we do expect the unemployment rate to continue rising, which could dampen some of the consumer enthusiasm that we've seen and which could weigh on growth during the subsequent administration.
Well, and of course, there's the question of how the Fed will react sensitively or not to a higher unemployment rate, especially if we're seeing inflation data that could give them some justification to pause, Stuart, as we talk about the core PCE data. So when you put all of that together, knowing they have a decision to make just a few weeks from now, what does it mean for the December meeting?
Odds are increasing that the Fed is going to need to pause in December. I think that today's data releases, and there were a host of them, but I think that today's data releases really indicate that the Fed is facing two-way risk. So let's just unpack it a little bit. Core inflation is running hot, almost 0.3% on a monthly basis. On an annual basis, core inflation increased to 2.8%. So getting further away from the Fed's 2% target. And it was driven higher by financial services prices, which are downstream of market activity. It's the increase in equities prices that's driven up financial services prices and has boosted monthly core inflation. All a reason for the Fed to slow its pace of rate cuts. But if we think about what else we saw today, we saw real consumer spending that's actually slowing, especially in the most interest-sensitive spending categories, and in some of the most important discretionary services categories, things like dining out. Again, sort of indicative of consumers reining in their spending a little bit. We also saw continuing unemployment claims continue rising. So again, we're likely to see that unemployment rate continue rising. So again, the Fed is facing this two-way risk. I think that if it's good, the way that it shakes out most immediately is probably with a slowdown in the pace of rate cuts, something like a quarter-point cut in the first half of 2025, and it most likely will result in a pause this December.
Well, as we look ahead to 2025, when Donald Trump will take office, we were just speaking with Michael Shepard about the kind of tariffs we could see implemented. Stuart, we just have a minute left here, but if those 10% tariffs on Chinese goods and 25% on Mexico and Canada were to be implemented, what would the resulting impact be on the economic data we see coming in?
Probably a bit more inflation, it depends how it ends up rippling through in terms of what line items specifically within GDP. And it also depends in the context of inflation. But if we're starting to impose higher and more tariffs on finished goods, particularly finished consumer goods, that would have the most acute effect on consumer price inflation. If we're looking more at intermediate goods and inputs to production, that'll have a longer tail for inflation. Most immediately, tariffs would likely result actually in an increase in imports as folks start stockpiling ahead of the implementation of a broader tariff regime. That increased imports actually slows the pace of GDP growth immediately. As companies then start focus on onshoring and boosting domestic investment, we could see that rebound in growth, but the net effect is probably rather dull.
All right, Stuart Paul of Bloomberg Economics here on Balance of Power. Thank you so much.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading lower with the S&P 500 index right now very close to session lows. Right to the numbers, the S&P at 59.90, trading below 6,000, down 30 points right now, a drop of just about 0.5%. The Dow lower by 82 points, down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 195 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 1%. The 10-year 4.23% with the 2-year 4.20%. Spot gold up $6 the ounce, $26.39, up 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil 68.31 a barrel. WTI lower today by 0.7%. Bitcoin now up by 5%, back at 96,200 on Bitcoin. So again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading lower. The Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation is moving further away from the central bank's 2% target. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Core PCE rose 2.8% on a year-over-year basis in October, driven by the cost of services. The data underscore the Fed's tilt toward gradual rate cuts following September's jumbo move. Many Fed officials say there's no rush now, as long as the labor market remains healthy. The Fed's next policy meeting is set for December 17th and 18th. Vinny Del, Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Speaking of jumbo moves, shares of Urban Outfitters now up by 15.7% after earnings. Also, we've got Nordstrom raising the lower end of its annual sales guidance, but the stock trading lower, down now by 10.4%. Recapping a pre-Thanksgiving sell-off with the S&P down 29, now down 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I am indeed in Washington today. President Biden is not. He has headed for Nantucket, where he will be spending the Thanksgiving holiday, his last one, of course, as President of the United States. Before he left for Nantucket earlier this week at the White House, he pardoned 2 turkeys, Peach and Blossom, in keeping with presidential transition, and he reflected on what will be his last holiday season as president.
This event marks the official start of the holiday season here in Washington. It's also my last time to speak here as your president during this season and give thanks and gratitude. So let me say to you, it's been the honor of my life. I'm forever grateful.
And he may be feeling grateful for something else this Thanksgiving, which is what he was able to announce from the White House yesterday, a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. It began at 4 a.m. local time. It will last for 60 days, but the president cast this as something that can be permanent, ultimately. That is the end goal here. And of course, one of his major goals of holding this office has been to achieve, if not total peace, at least more peace in the Middle East, something he's been pushing towards since October 7th of last year, and obviously coming in the final days of his presidency. So we want to reflect more now and assemble our signature political panel. Rick Davis, Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist, alongside Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano, senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Thank you both for being here on this Thanksgiving Eve. Jeannie, I know we talked about this yesterday, but obviously this is going to be talked about well into the future. It will be written about by historians. And when they look back at the Biden presidency, what is more likely to stand out? The fact that this conflict in the Middle East began while he was in office, or that there were steps toward a ceasefire in at least part of it as he was leaving?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a mixed bag. I think it's going to be a little bit of both. And happy Thanksgiving Eve, Kaylee. I should say that first. I think it's going to be a little bit of both. This was certainly yesterday, this ceasefire with Hezbollah and Israel was certainly welcome, the result of a huge amount of work on the part of the administration and so many of our allies around the world. It does also suggest that Iran, a chief challenge for the United States, is saying it mildly, has been weakened because, of course, they had to be part of this agreement as the chief sponsor of Hezbollah. But that said, the president, of course, was unable to get, sort of the big prize, which is a peace deal between the Hamas in Gaza and Israel. And of course, most importantly, to get the American and Israeli hostages home who are there and have now been there for over a year. So, it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag on both parts, but this was certainly welcome and the result of a huge amount of work for the president and his team.
Well, and of course, the new president is going to potentially inherit not just this conflict, Rick, but the other hot conflict the U.S. has been involved in, at least from a support standpoint, the one in Ukraine. We just had a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal that President-elect Trump has named Keith Kellogg for a special envoy for Ukraine and Russia. Kellogg, of course, a retired general, retired Army lieutenant general. He did serve in the first Trump administration. But this comes as Donald Trump has been quite clear, Rick, about the fact that he would like to see the war in Ukraine come to an end. And he thinks he could do that in a pretty expeditious manner. So what is the former national security advisor for Trump's former vice president, Mike Pence, going to play a role in here? How long will we need an envoy if there's to be a quick end to this conflict?
Well, I think that after the first conversation that Donald Trump had after his election with Putin, where Putin wouldn't even admit that he spoke to Donald Trump, I think the message was loud and clear that if you thought you were going to get a quick end to this conflict, you are kidding yourself. In fact, Donald Trump's message to Putin at the time, 2 weeks ago, was don't accelerate, don't increase the tempo. And the next day, Putin launched the largest rocket attack and drone attack that he has done against Ukraine since the war began. So message sent from Moscow to Donald Trump was pretty clear, which is we're gonna push our advantage right now, and we're not going to sound very cooperative in the process. So I think Kellogg is a smart move by Donald Trump to start getting someone on the ground right away, the first day of his administration, ideally, to start understanding what are the terms and what are the conditions that need to be present in order to be able to get a cessation of hostilities, which I think everybody in Europe and the United States would be supportive of under the right terms and circumstances. So kudos to Trump for getting this announcement out at a time when we need to be putting more pressure on Putin. But at the end of the day, anybody who thinks this is going to come to a quick halt, regardless of the political rhetoric of the last year, might be barking up the wrong tree.
Well, as we read the nomination statement made by Donald Trump on Truth Social, Jeannie, he says Keith has led a distinguished military and business career, including, as I mentioned, serving in highly sensitive national security roles in my first administration. He was with me from the beginning, and he says, together we will secure peace through strength and make America and the world safe again. What we know, though, is it won't just be up to this envoy or this president to make decisions around what happens next in this conflict, Jeannie. It's also going to be a question of Congress and whether additional funding will ever materialize. And as we are at air now, even with Rick saying, this might not end quickly, this could drag on for some period of time until some form of agreement can be reached. Is it likely that Ukraine, with a red sweep, is going to see more money from the United States?
I don't think they're going to see anything approaching what they've seen under the Biden administration. Donald Trump campaigned on an America First slogan. So did many of the members of the party who won. Many of them are now in Congress. We still have a number of Russia hawks in Congress as well, including Mitch McConnell, who has a key role on one of the appropriations subcommittees in the Senate, although he has stepped aside from the majority leader position, or minority leader as he was. But the reality is that we are seeing, even just in Trump's appointments, even before Kellogg, you have Rubio and Waltz, both of whom initially supported aid to Ukraine. But when that last $60 billion package came up in April, they both voted against it. And you have somebody like J.D. Vance who advocated for freezing the war where the troops are located. And so, you know, Rick is absolutely right. This is going to take time, but the devil here is going to be in the details. What does it mean to see a political solution? What does Ukraine get out of this? They want in NATO. They probably won't get that. Are they going to get a deal for arms, shipments, defense? You know, if J.D. Vance has his way and they freeze troops where they're located, that is the concern of many of the hawks, that is a much more favorable end for Russia and Putin than it is for Ukraine. So there is still a lot of work to be done. But I do think as it pertains to funding, Donald Trump was very clear, as were Republicans in the campaign. We are focused on America first. And that means that level of funding we've seen is not going to probably be replicated in the next few years.
Well, I'm glad you raised NATO, Jeannie. Rick, obviously there has been on those who are proponents of Ukraine aid who want to see the additional funding. The argument is because Ukraine is acting as a barrier to the rest of NATO, where Russia could target next if it's victorious in Ukraine. And there's been much question about the future of the NATO alliance under a second Trump administration, keeping in mind this alliance is now bigger, has grown larger with new members since Joe Biden took the office. As we consider the check here provided by the other branches of government, Congress has taken steps to make it more difficult to actually leave NATO, for example. And I just wonder what the reality check is on what our relationship with that alliance could look like under Donald Trump, what really he could do to change it, considering the articles to which the U.S. is bound.
Well, I think that, first of all, you really question whether or not that's the intention of Donald Trump. He likes to rattle the sabers when it comes to our own allies. But the reality is we just went through 4 years of Donald Trump and 4 years of Joe Biden, and arguably NATO is stronger than it has ever been since the Cold War ended. So my guess is NATO will survive whatever the Trump administration throws its way. And look, we have the power of the purse. NATO is very much reliant on our financial support and our military support. We have bases in virtually every NATO country, troops permanently stationed there, enormous amount of equipment and stockpiles. And I think that all of that is leverage for Donald Trump to do his own bidding when it comes to dealing with people like Putin and others. So he's a negotiator if he's anything, Donald Trump. And I can't imagine him wanting to undermine his negotiating capability with Putin, you know, by somehow undermining NATO at this point. Doesn't mean it doesn't, you know, happen at some point in time in the future of his presidency, but there's no indication right now that we're anything other than a committed ally to NATO. I would say European allies of ours have stepped up, not only making increased budget additions to their military, their domestic military, but they're making more commitments to supporting Ukraine than they did a year ago. So they're not hesitating the buildup of NATO support to Ukraine, even when the U.S. may be facing a lull. I think the biggest issue with the United States is our own stockpiles. Some of the money that has been suggested by the Biden administration, if not 2/3 of it, would actually go to the rebuilding of U.S. stockpiles, which are dangerously low. And if they get low, you can't do anything to help Ukraine when it comes to armament. So the reality is it's in everybody's interest to resupply the U.S. and giving ourselves options in the future. And I would think Congress would be okay with looking at something like that. Maybe not direct support to Ukraine, but certainly to be able to rebuild our own stockpiles.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel, with me as we digest this breaking news. Thank you so much. Again, President-elect Trump naming retired General Keith Kellogg for Ukraine and Russia special envoy. And our producer, James, pointing out that Kellogg actually authored a research report for the America First Policy Institute back in April on this conflict. It reads in part, To convince Putin to join peace talks, President Biden and other NATO leaders should offer to put off NATO membership for Ukraine for an extended period in exchange for a comprehensive and verifiable peace deal with security guarantees. I'll have much more on this in the second hour of Balance of Power, which is straight ahead. I'll be joined by Jane Harman, who, of course, chairs the Commission on the National Defense Strategy. I'm sure she'll have thoughts on this. We're going to dig into gas prices as well with Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy, so stick with us here on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Happy Thanksgiving Eve from Washington. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, coming to air as millions of Americans get set to travel for the holiday, if they haven't already. And we're going to check in at the prices at the gas pump they're experiencing with Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy in just a few minutes, who will also weigh in on the impact the tariffs on Canada Donald Trump has floated this week could have on energy prices. And speaking of Donald Trump, he's naming more names to fill out the top economic posts in his incoming administration. We'll have the details with Bloomberg's Laura Davison. Plus, we have a ceasefire in Lebanon now in effect between Israel and Hezbollah. And we'll get reaction to that and more on what it could mean for the ongoing conflict in Gaza with Jane Harman, the chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy. But first, though, as always, we got to get a check on the markets, and Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. Indeed, getaway day for a lot of Americans as they prepare to travel for Thanksgiving. But the direction of travel right now for the stock market, lower across the board with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. S&P is slumping 26 right now to 59.95, down by about 0.4%. We got the Dow down 93, a decline of 0.2%, while NASDAQ lower by 181, a drop right now of 1%. The 10-year 4.23% with a 2-year currently yielding 4.20%. Gold little changed on this Wednesday, up $4.2637 the ounce, up by about 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 7 cents, 68.31 a barrel. Bitcoin now up by 5.1%. Bitcoin at 96,370. Dell Technologies after earnings slumping by 11.6%. Also after earnings, we've got shares of Hewlett Packard Inc., HP Inc., ticker HPQ, down 12.5%. And CrowdStrike after earnings now slumping by 6.1%, all part of a broader sell-off in technology. So again, recapping, the S&P down 28 to 59.93, a drop of 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, and here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Taking a look at the last day of trading before Thanksgiving. It's just one day away now. It's 28 days until Christmas for those who are counting, and 54 days until a different kind of holiday here in Washington, Inauguration Day. And even though we still have weeks to go until Donald Trump takes that oath of office, we already have a pretty good sense of what his incoming administration is going to look like, specifically when it comes to those who will be helping him define economic policy. We learned about Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary last week, Howard Lutnick for Commerce before that, and last night we learned 2 more names: Kevin Hassett to lead the National Economic Council and Jamieson Greer to be the next U.S. trade representative. In announcing those picks, I might add, Trump did confirm 2 Bloomberg scoops. And helping lead that charge here in our newsroom in Washington is Bloomberg politics editor Laura Davison, who is joining me now in our studio. So, Laura, when it comes to both of these names we learned about last night, they're familiar. They served in the first Trump administration. So if we focus on Kevin Hassett in particular, he was at the Council of Economic Advisors in round 1. What do we need to know about him as he prepares to step into the NEC role?
He is a longtime Washington figure. He is someone that even Democrats came out and said, look, this is a conventional pick. This is a business as usual pick, and someone that they think that they can work with somewhat. He kind of falls in line in the same school of thought of Scott Bessent, who is focused on markets, focused on kind of that traditional kind of what we consider country club Republicans. Jamieson Greer is where things are going to get a little bit different in terms of he is a protege of Bob Lighthizer. He worked in USTR in the first White House the first Trump White House. And he is very much, go big and go bold on tariffs, which is not exactly where Hassett and Scott Bessent are. So we'll be really curious to watch of how all of these different parties are playing together. Also, Howard Lutnick at the Commerce Department, which also has sort of oversight over trade and tariffs, which is not typically the role that agency has had. So there's a lot of moving pieces here, a lot of big personalities, and not everyone's policy goals are 100% aligned.
Well, and to that point, when Donald Trump announced Howard Lutnick, he said he would have direct authority over the U.S. trade representative. So Jamieson Greer going to work for Howard Lutnick in some sense? Do we actually know how logistically that will be handled?
It's unclear sort of how this will work out sort of legally on which agency and department how those work together, and also just practically and with Trump it tends to be a lot about relationships versus here is sort of the protocol of how these agencies are supposed to interact. So that is a key defining point. Lutnick, as people may well know, is very big. He's loud. He's not not one to shy away from a fight. So he will almost certainly kind of exert his, authority, whether real or perceived, over the tariff discussion, which is going to be day one out of the gate, one of the first things that Trump has said he wants to do.
Well, even before day one, we're more than 50 days out, and already he inserted it into the narrative this week with this threat of 10% additional tariffs on Chinese goods and 25% on those coming from Mexico and Canada. The market had a sense that Scott Bessent, when he was named, they were optimistic that he may be able to act on a check. As a check on some of those impulses. Is the same able to be said for any of the others we're talking about here, Greer especially?
It's not even clear if Bessent will be able to be a check on his impulses. We saw Bessent announce, and just days later, Trump is out saying, no, look, I'm going to do these big tariffs on our top trading partners. When you just look at trade flows, Mexico, Canada, and China are about 40% of all of U.S. Trading volume. So this would be a huge, massive change. These people in place, may be able to kind of help delay decisions or moderate decisions. And they also, if they're people that allies know are helpful to kind of calm allies' nerves in the meantime. But if Trump wants to do something, Trump is going to do it.
Yeah. Well, and then there's the consequences potentially of that action. Mexico's economy minister warning today that if this 25% tariff were to go into place, he sees it as leading to 400,000 job losses in the U.S., in part because of the auto sector in particular and how critical Mexico is in that supply chain. Do we have a sense, knowing that Donald Trump has historically been quite sensitive to, say, the stock market, if the detrimental effects that could potentially emanate from this policy would lead to a quick reversal of the policy, or that these kind of voices, Kevin Hassett especially, who will be inside the White House, a voice in his ear, will say, look, watch the data. We have to keep an eye on this. Maybe we readjust.
It's very possible. We saw this during the first term where Trump threatened big tariffs on Mexico and didn't actually follow through. Trump's theory of the case is that, if he imposes these tariffs, then those jobs and those companies will come into the U.S. If to the extent that's true, that is a process that takes a very long time. So it's very likely, as Trump goes from this being sort of a theoretical threat to saying, hey, we're going to do these tariffs and these jobs are going to go away next month, that he reverses when the data is very clear that there is an immediate impact to jobs and the stock market and all the things that are kind of key indicators for Trump.
So key indicators are watching. Key names we've been watching as well, as we were looking to see who would be USTR and would serve at the NEC role. Who do we have left at this point? We still have 54 days for this transition, but how many more names does Donald Trump realistically need to check off his list here?
There's only a handful. A couple ones that we're watching closely. One, the SEC. Trump has been interviewing for that one. Paul Atkins is a leading contender for that. He's also appointing some of these czar positions, so looking like there may be a crypto czar and as well as an AI czar at the White House. So those are key names that could really have a lot of influence over some of these emerging policy areas. And then there's also going to be all of those, kind of undersecretaries and deputy secretaries, whereas not the names that people are following a lot, but particularly for someone, potentially like Pete Hegseth at the Department of Defense, may be doing a lot of the actual day-to-day work if you have cabinet secretaries that are less familiar with the subject area that they're leading.
Well, that's assuming that they can get confirmed in the first place. I would imagine a lot of this next 54 days will also be spent on trying to lobby members of the Senate to secure the votes needed.
Yes, yeah, they will be up on Capitol Hill. They'll have what they call their Sherpas, which are basically members of Trump's team who are helping introduce them to senators and for the more controversial ones, trying to get people on board. That is going to be a big focus, as well as policy. The Trump team is writing all of the executive orders, getting all of those first 100 days mapped out now so they can just start checking things off as soon as they take over the White House.
All right, Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison, thank you so much. And as Laura reminds us, they could be ready to do a lot of things on day one. Some of that may include energy policy and trying to deregulate American energy. Donald Trump obviously talked a lot about that on the campaign trail. We are all familiar now with the refrain, drill, baby, drill. But one of the policies I was just discussing with Laura that he floated this week could potentially impact energy prices. A 25% tariff on all goods from Canada, products from Canada, would be inclusive of oil. And this is something I spoke about with Bob McNally, who worked on energy policy in the George W. Bush administration, now at Rapid Energy, about yesterday.
Especially up there in the swing states of Michigan and Ohio, places like that, there's no alternative really to Canadian heavy oil. So if we tend to motor higher oil prices, there's really no way around it.
So as we consider motorists, especially as many of them take to the roads for this Thanksgiving, they are paying some of the lowest prices of the year at the pump. posted on the board at the station. If it's a 25% tariff, what does that translate to in terms of cents per gallon?
Well, yeah. Well, as Bob had said, I mean, this is going to be a significant impact. And a lot of these refineries in the Great Lakes, the Midwest, the Rockies process Canadian heavy oil almost exclusively. So right now, Western Canadian Select, which is one of the benchmarks, at about $60 a barrel, that 25% tariff would amount to about $14 or $15, which break it down to a gallon of gasoline, and the raw input would be about a 34 cent a gallon impact. And so this is not nothing. I mean, this is an over 10% impact. And this is the baseline, would be about 35 cents. Keep in mind, 25% tariff. If oil prices rally, you're going to see that tariff go up and up and up, and it's going to be more of a squeeze as that happens, especially into the summer months.
Well, that's a very good point. Of course, this kind of policy can't actually be implemented until at least January 20th, when Trump takes office, which is just over a month and or I guess 2 months from now, just a little bit less than 2 months. Where are we going to be in terms of gas prices by then, Patrick, considering the trajectory we are currently on, which has been pretty steadily lower?
Well, I think most consumers are going to feel that bite very significantly, because over the next couple of months, we should see gas prices staying at relatively low levels. We still should have half of the country, if not more, seeing average gas prices below $3. For comparison's sake, Gas Buddy counts about 30 states today below $3 a gallon. And though there may be some volatility in prices depending on, the balance of global supply and demand, depending on Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East, there may be some minor fluctuations, but the seasonal low should stick around right through Inauguration Day. And if we see that tariff implemented, it's going to be a rather abrupt pinch at the pump for those areas that are going to be affected.
Would that theoretically, and I understand we're playing in hypotheticals here, but would that lead to a just as abrupt drop-off in demand?
Well, it probably wouldn't lead to such a drop-off. I mean, Americans only really have their car to drive, whether it's an EV, then they're insulated completely from this. But for those that are still driving around an internal combustion engine vehicle, there's not a whole lot of alternatives here, nor are there really alternatives for the refineries that have for decades been relying on Canadian crude oil. This is upsetting the status quo that's been established really for probably the better part of 100 years. These refineries have processed Canadian oil almost exclusively, and they're going to be the ones impacted the most. And they really have no alternatives, as Bob has said. These inland areas, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio refineries in this region just really don't have alternatives.
Well, so explain that to those who might say, hey, Donald Trump has promised to deregulate American energy, to make it easier for them to build out new infrastructure, to increase their production capacity. That's going to mean we produce more, and potentially that means prices go lower. Why is that not true when we think about the need to potentially directly replace some of these imports?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you're talking about a huge change in the status quo. I mean, a president that would potentially on day one levy massive tariffs is not something we're used to a president seeing. And so, I've heard folks say, well, how can the president have such a vast impact? Well, because presidents typically don't upset the status quo in such a huge way. And these refineries have long for, as I mentioned, decades been set up. They've been configured specifically to process more of this heavy Canadian oil. They have additional units, coking units, desulfurization. I mean, they have decades of experience processing Canadian oil and specifically designing their refineries around this type of oil. Keep in mind the largest refinery in the Midwest, 435,000 barrels a day down in Whiting, Indiana, that's Northwest Indiana, in 2008 spent $3.5 billion, essentially making itself more reliant on processing more Canadian crude oil. So, I mean, that's just how reliant these refineries are. There's been a steady supply of Canadian oil, an increasing amount for decades and decades. We're now receiving 4 million barrels of Canadian oil a day. So this is a drastic and sudden potential shift.
Well, so when we consider the refiners, obviously we have to take into account refining margins here. And as we consider tariffs especially, we have heard this notion propagated by Trump and those who think similarly to him, this idea that not all tariffs are necessarily a direct cost that the consumer will pay. Companies could eat some of this, for example. Could we see instead of it being passed on to the end consumer at the gas pump, just a shrinking of refining margins, or are they likely to want to pass all of that additional cost on?
Well, refinery margins are already at some of the worst levels we've seen in multiple years. I mean, refineries probably in this region are only clearing a few dollars a barrel. So, can they absorb some of it? Maybe, an iota of it. But for now, refining margins, I mean, this is the time of year that they are very much challenged. And keep in mind, the irony here is the only way that these refineries have been profitable is because Western Canadian crude oil generally comes to the U.S. at a pretty big discount because of its landlocked status. Now, the interesting dynamic here that few people are talking about is at the same time these tariffs could be implemented, Trump may again greenlight the Keystone XL pipeline, which ironically could give Canada exactly what it wants, is it wants another market besides U.S. refiners. And so if the Keystone XL is suddenly greenlit, that could essentially give a huge win to Canada, allowing a lot more of that Canadian heavy crude oil to be exported. And it could further inflict more pain on refineries down in the U.S., which are already dealing with razor-thin margins.
It's really valuable information as we consider what could come in this second Trump administration. Before we get there, though, I do want to ask you quickly about what's happening this week, which is, of course, the Thanksgiving holiday tomorrow, and hence a lot of people taking to the roads. For those who are on road trips, where in the country can they find the cheapest gas?
Well, you can see that map behind me. Generally, the South, the Gulf Coast, the areas with low gasoline taxes and with proximity to large refineries are those that are benefiting the most. Areas like Oklahoma City, some stations down to $2.10 or $2.20 a gallon, but Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, the Deep South, generally the place to be when it comes to lower prices. Whereas the West Coast, the place not to be. California is still struggling with prices that are well over $4 a gallon, although many of California's neighbors are quite a bit lower than that. So we still have quite the extremes. You have the lowest price state averaging $2.40 a gallon, and you have the highest price state averaging $2 a gallon more in California, where prices are $4.44. So a massive spread for those, especially traveling for Thanksgiving. Crossing those state lines is still a danger zone for seeing a big fluctuation in prices.
All right, Patrick DeHaan, Head of Petroleum Analysis at Gas Buddy. Thank you so much for joining me, and a very happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. But before we can get to the Thanksgiving holiday, we're almost there, but we have more Balance of Power coming up. I will assemble our signature political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana will be with me on the latest in this Trump transition, including the fact that they've signed some pretty important paperwork with the Biden administration to smooth these things along. We'll have more next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ trading in the red. Russell 2000 index, though, higher today. Little changed, up 0.2%, but higher. S&P, to put it all in context, down 22 right now, below 6,000, 59.98. The S&P 500 index down 0.3%. The Dow down 111, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ down 144, down 0.7%. 10-year 4.22%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.19%. Gold up 0.2%, 26.38 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%, and Bitcoin now higher by 5.2%, 96,433 on Bitcoin. WW International has brought in a veteran of the digital media industry to replace the struggling weight loss company's outgoing financial chief. Felicia Della Fortuna will become CFO of Weight Watchers. Weight Watchers has been struggling to navigate a new business landscape dominated by safe, effective weight loss drugs made by Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. Weight Watchers shares, they are down 6.8%. Novo Nordisk down 0.7%. Lilly up 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Here in Washington, over the course of the last 3 weeks since the election, we have talked at length about the speed of this Trump transition. He has wasted no time at all in naming names to his second administration, including 2 new ones last night, Kevin Hassett and Jamieson Greer, to serve key economic roles. But what has moved a lot slower is the paperwork part of this transition, the signing of pledges around ethics and transparency that help facilitate the existing government agencies and the handover to the incoming administration. The delay has actually been unprecedented, but at least for part of it, the delay is now over. The incoming chief of staff for Donald Trump, Susie Wiles, announcing yesterday that they have signed memorandums of understanding with the Biden administration. So that will clear the way for this flow of information between those who have been appointed to lead these agencies, be involved in them, and the existing people inside the agencies to be sharing information. It's an important step and one we want to reflect on with our signature political panel. Rick Davis, Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist, alongside Democratic analyst Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, who, of course, is Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, first to you. It took a while for this to happen, much longer than usual. Now that it has, is there enough time for everything that needs to happen over the course of the next 54 days to happen?
Yeah, I think so. You're right. It did delay itself. These agreements should have been executed back in early October. So it took a couple months to get this done. But it's not like they haven't been pumping out announcements on cabinet members and sub-cabinet members of their administration. There were affiliate organizations like the Heritage Foundation and American First Policy Institute that have been working on transition ideas for a year. So it's not like they aren't going to be prepared to run the government when they come in on board. It's the activity now that they will be able to get non-public information from their counterparts in these agencies directly and get a feel for what the current issues are that are going to meet them when they come into office. So the landing teams now will be given access to the agencies and the employees of government, and that will smooth things, and plenty of time to make all that work.
Well, what they still aren't doing, though, is accepting funding and office space from the General Services Administration. They're relying instead, Jeannie, on private donated dollars. Susie Wiles did say yesterday that they will be publicly disclosing those donors, but does that give you concern still?
It does. You know, I think it's very important that they signed the MOU with the White House. And as Rick was talking about, those landing teams, gotta love the D-Day reference, can now embed with those agencies and begin to shape them to reflect Donald Trump and what he hopes to achieve there, and the fact that they get some of the non-public information. But it is deeply concerning that they have not ceded to these FBI background checks. And it's concerning and should be concerning to all Americans because this becomes an issue of national security. Transition times are important, and they are also a moment of great vulnerability for the country. That is why Congress has stepped in and taken a role in trying to smooth the transition process. And so they are not, at least at this point, going to allow the FBI to do those background checks. And so any sort of idea in terms of who's being appointed that the FBI would be able to flag somebody who may be vulnerable can create a kind of national security risk for all of us. And then, of course, there's the ethics component of this. Who is contributing to this transition and how much? And it is concerning to many of us that while they say they're going to release this, they haven't yet. And what is the holdup on that? So I think action by Congress to require this transparency, I think, going forward would be important. But as of now, we have to just wait for them if they choose to release it.
Well, I want to talk about another security risk that the FBI is actively looking into. Now, they're investigating bomb threats and swatting incidents that have targeted Trump administration nominees. We got a statement earlier today from Caroline Leavitt, the spokesperson for the transition team, that said in part last night and this morning, several of Trump's cabinet nominees and administration appointees were targeted in violent, un-American threats to their lives and those who live with them. These attacks ranged from bomb threats to swatting. Rick, high-profile political figures have unfortunately not become or have become a bit used to swatting in this American political era. These threats are actually troublingly frequent. And I wonder your reaction here and how concerned we should be about the security risks to those who are about to take very high-level roles in this government.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is pretty pernicious behavior by people who have an axe to grind. We saw a lot of this spike at the end of the 2020 elections when Republicans were saying that the election was stolen and this was happening to election workers and people who oversee the certification of the elections. It hasn't gone away since then. Look, I mean, I think we got to create a standard in our country, and I think it starts with the White House, not just the incoming White House, but the current White House, to talk about how disruptive this behavior is. It puts the law enforcement officials in a difficult position. It endangers the lives of people who are affected by these kinds of swatting episodes, and minimizes the use of the police and fire for people who really need it. So I think that this is the kind of thing we want our elected officials to set a standard on. And I think the more of them come out and say, look, this is unacceptable behavior. People who do it are going to be punished for it. And as a society, you know, we expect more of our people than to play these kind of games that could put people in harm's way.
Well, so Jeannie, to that point, I know President Biden is currently on Thanksgiving vacation in Nantucket, but do we need to hear from him on this?
You know, I don't think so. I think that the FBI and law enforcement officials can absolutely handle this. And by all account, from Leavitt's statement, that has happened. And the transition team expressed gratitude to the FBI and public officials. In my mind, it brings up a frustrating reality of the rhetoric coming out of Donald Trump and the Trump transition team. You know, I understand his longstanding distrust of the FBI and officials. That is what fuels this type of behavior in part. And of course, you have to be very careful about that kind of rhetoric. And so we were just talking about the transition. We're not going to get proper FBI vetting because of that distrust. We are seeing these kinds of unacceptable, to Rick's point, points of aggression and all this, you know, threats to people who are trying to act as public officials coming into the new administration. And we rely on law enforcement. And we have to trust them to do their jobs. And, you know, this lack of trust in these institutions has been in part fueled by Trump and this team. And so to me, I hope that as they get into office themselves, they take a second look at that and are grateful to our great law enforcement officials for keeping us safe and doing their jobs.
Of course, a lot of the rhetoric surrounding the election, just the general political environment, is circulated on social media on platforms like X, of course, controlled by Elon Musk, who is getting set to take this role in the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. I do want to mention something that Musk posted on X about today. He suggests that we should, quote, delete the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, because he says there are, quote, too many duplicative regulatory agencies. Maybe this is part of trying to cut down the price tag in the government in terms of the budget. Rick, we know that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has not been popular in many ways since its inceptions after the financial crisis, certainly with Republicans. Should we be surprised by this, Rick? And what are the odds that a deleting, quote unquote, could really happen?
Yeah, look, I mean, this was one of the agencies that sprung out, as you said, of the 2008 financial crisis in order to protect people from predatory lending habits and other things like that. And look, I mean, you really have to question whether or not these agencies are worth the price that taxpayers pay for them. And I have no doubt that that's the kind of thing that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and the DOGE team are going to be going after. Some of these things are based in statutory laws. The creation of agencies are usually done, you know, with laws passed by Congress, and which means the only way you get rid of them is by passing another law that says we're going to take them out. And really, I mean, it's a very difficult position to put members of Congress in, to say, hey, we're going to get rid of an agency that protects people from predatory lending. I mean, I don't know what politics you might be thinking about, Elon Musk, but that's a hard sell to a member of Congress who's got to get reelected next year, in 2 years. So, yeah, it's worth the debate. It's worth talking about. The efficacy of government, its efficiency should be top of mind for people right now. The meteoric rise in government post-financial crisis, post-COVID, needs to be cut back. And everything should be under the scrutiny of the DOGE team to take a look at where we can do that effectively.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel, here with me on Balance of Power. Thank you so much. We'll have more with Rick and Jeannie coming up in the late edition of this program at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. But we still have a bit more ahead here in the early edition. Coming up, I'm going to speak with Jane Harman, the former Democratic Congresswoman and current chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy. She'll weigh in on the ceasefire now in place between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and also react to the news that General Keith Kellogg has been named as Ukraine-Russia envoy in the incoming administration. That's ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index holding right at 6,000. It is a down day. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. A 100-point drop for the Dow, down 0.2%. S&P lower by 20, a decline there of just about 0.3%, while NASDAQ is lower by 127 points, down 0.7%. 10-year at 4.23%. The 2-year 4.20%. Gold up 0.2%, 26.39 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 68.31 a barrel, down 0.7%. A 5.2% advance now for Bitcoin at 96,415. Bitcoin again up by 5.2%. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are being sued by a group of states led by Texas for allegedly breaking antitrust law by boosting electricity prices through their investments in the highest profile lawsuit yet against the beleaguered ESG industry. BlackRock today down 0.6%, State Street down 0.3%. Bottom line, stocks lower, S&P down 0.3%, now at 6,001. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. With a look at where we are just over 4 hours into this trading day. In the meantime, we're just over 16 hours into what is going to be at least a 60-day ceasefire as agreed between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. This, of course, a deal that was just reached yesterday or approved yesterday by the parties and announced at the White House by President Joe Biden, as well as spoken about by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. What is left of Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations will not be allowed, well, I emphasize, will not be allowed to threaten the security of Israel again. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces will deploy and take control of their own territory once again.
I am determined to do whatever it takes to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. I have said many times that a good agreement is an agreement that is enforced, and we will enforce it.
So as we consider this agreement and how far into the future it will be able to extend, we bring in Jane Harman, chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy and president emerita of the Woodrow Wilson Center, former Democratic Congresswoman from California as well, here on Balance of Power. Jane, welcome back to the program. Thanks for being with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Obviously, much needs to happen in this 60-day span in order for this to lead to a permanent ceasefire. What is your degree of optimism that it will?
Well, it's a very good start, and several things are going to happen in the 60 days that give me optimism. One is civilians will start coming back into southern Lebanon and northern Israel, so the stakes are going to be higher if this resumes. Two is that Hezbollah has been seriously degraded. They're the ones, I think, now who pushed for this more than the Israelis did, and that's good news. That's the most potent of Iran's terror proxy groups. Third is Lebanon has a chance to form, again, a really serious, solid democratic government, which it hadn't in the olden days. I mean, Beirut was the Paris of the Middle East, or maybe Paris was the Beirut of Europe, but it was a beautiful city, destroyed now by all of this terror and collapse of government. And finally, Iran is hemmed in more. They're threatening to advance their nuclear capacity, but their biggest weapon, which was these terror groups, are losing ground, including, fortunately, in Gaza, which I hope will be next on the list for a ceasefire, return of hostages, and path toward a two-state solution.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you about, Jane. Obviously, there has been a lot of expression of that hope that a ceasefire with Hezbollah could pave the way for a ceasefire with Hamas, considering it's becoming more and more clear that neither Hezbollah or Iran really is going to be coming to the aid of Hamas at this stage of the conflict. So how much closer has this agreement drawn us to that potential one? Do you think this is still something that could be accomplished while President Biden is in office?
I don't know. Certainly, kudos to his team for 4 years of working on all this and 1+ year of working on Gaza since the illegal invasion by Hamas. One major factor is who would govern Gaza. That is unclear. The Palestinian Authority at the moment is not in charge of Gaza and is a weak and a corrupt government. I mean, there has to be something stronger there. Secondly, just maybe Biden, building on an accomplishment of the Trump 1 administration, can revive this deal among Sunni states and Israel, which must include a path to 2 states. And that could help push some competent government into Gaza and generate some interest in rebuilding Gaza. I mean, that's the other thing. It's essentially destroyed. So I think there are a lot of ifs. I think Biden deserves a lot of credit. And as I said, it was Trump who started with the Abraham Accords, this notion of a not just a truce, but an economic arrangement among Sunni governments and Israel. And if that can be developed starting now and continuing now and then continuing into the Trump administration, that's good news.
Well, Jane, as you give Biden a lot of credit for this, the question is, as he is preparing to leave the White House just a few weeks from now, how much credit historians will give him? How important was reaching this ceasefire agreement in Lebanon to the shaping of his ultimate legacy?
Well, it's important, but the unknown, I guess, is where are we going with Ukraine? I would say he was late to permit the transfer of very lethal weapons into Ukraine, and sadly very late to give the Ukrainians permission to use them on Russian soil against military installations and against the influx of North Korean troops. Fortunately, this has happened. He's also pushing another appropriation of $20+ billion before he leaves. But what I worry about is not the change in mission, but the way we left Afghanistan on Biden's watch and the way we may leave Ukraine will seriously erode U.S. leadership in the future. I don't blame it all on Joe Biden. It was Russia that invaded Ukraine. And certainly Biden has restored, revived, enhanced the NATO and the NATO alliance. And he leaves that behind too. I hope Trump won't degrade that again. But legacies take a while to form, and it would be great if this leads to a ceasefire in Gaza and it leads to a real serious advance by Ukraine against Russian forces before he leaves.
Well, if we could just continue this discussion on Ukraine, we learned about an hour ago, Jane, that Donald Trump has nominated retired General Keith Kellogg to be a special envoy for Russia and Ukraine. Kellogg had written for the America First Policy Institute that in order for people to come to the peace table, if you will, the U.S. should make it clear, as well as other NATO allies, that they are willing to put off Ukraine joining the alliance, and that may be a key component for Russia to come to any kind of agreement. I wonder what your thoughts are on A, that idea, but B, the role Kellogg is ultimately going to play.
Well, note that he's a special envoy. He's not nominated as ambassador. That's, again, to avoid confirmation by Congress. But note, too, that Marco Rubio and Mitch McConnell, who is the outgoing Senate leader, are strong proponents of aid to Ukraine. So let's see how this plays out. I worry about joining NATO off the table, because what is the insurance policy against Russia agreeing to some form of settlement and then advancing in the future? Let's understand that in 1994, Russia agreed that Ukraine was a sovereign state before Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons. And let's understand that Russia is a charter member of the UN, where every member is supposed to respect the sovereignty of every other member. And there were other agreements along the way, all of which Russia violated. So I'm still worried that without NATO membership as an insurance policy, that Russia might feel emboldened to move against Ukraine soon and to move into Europe. And again, to remind the Trump administration, we are a member of NATO. Article 5 guarantees would put us in a war if that should happen.
Jane, as you chair the Commission on the National Defense Strategy, I want to turn to something that happened last week that I don't think got very much attention, but it was a speech that the incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune gave on the Senate floor, in which he quoted directly from the Commission's final report, specifically the line that says the Commission finds the U.S. military lacks both the capabilities and the capacity required to be confident and can deter and prevail in combat. He went on to say that is a pretty damning statement. He was using this as a way to reinforce the idea that the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, does need to pass. That's something on their to-do list before the year is out, Jane. But as he gets ready to take control of the Senate majority, Mike Johnson, of course, going to have continued control, we assume, over the House, and Donald Trump, the presidency. How do they need to be considering the U.S. defense position?
Well, let's start with the fact that this commission, which I was fortunate to chair, composed of 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans, was unanimous, bipartisan and unanimous in the conclusions we reached, one of which you just cited. And we think that the world is more dangerous and more complex than any time since World War II, and we are underprepared. Yes, Thune is right to add, to make sure that the National Defense Authorization Act passes before Congress adjourns. It's already late. It's always late. It's been late every year since at least 2011. But this is crucial to protect the U.S. against threats around the world, not just threats from one location like China. At any rate, I hope that happens. What we've also urged, though, is maybe language that says before the next national defense strategy is prepared, that the national security strategy, the overlying document, directs all these smaller strategies to focus outward, because we think in order for the U.S. to deter threats against us in the future and prevent wars, which is what everybody would like, we need to use all elements of national power, not just DOD. DOD does need reforms, but I would urge that if it's decapitated and the top level of military leaders is taken out, it will really undermine DOD's authority. And if it's misused for purposes that are inconsistent with the posse comitatus policy, that's another way that DOD will not perform better than it has been and as well as it needs to be.
So a final note on this, Jane, as we get ready for just the NDAA authorization, but also the funding battle Congress still needs to sort out before they have more funding battles in the new year and try to rein in spending. What is this ultimately going to mean for what the defense budget needs to be, especially as you have the likes of Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy saying they want to cut $2 trillion in federal spending, and just by basic math, that would have to include at least a portion of defense?
Well, we say in our report that some legacy systems should be canceled, and that would free up some funds to spend on the right assets. We said that building hardware only is not a good strategy, given what the weapon systems are that are geared against us that can take that stuff out, and more software-based, iterative, tech-based weapons are the future. Think Ukraine. Ukraine's making those itself and using them effectively on the battlefield, like drones. But at any rate, that's what we said. Those things are less expensive. On the other hand, we pointed out that the Defense Department is way below targets set years ago, and that we do need to increase defense spending on the right things. And it's not a zero-sum game. We shouldn't increase the Pentagon budget and decrease the State Department budget, because robust soft power is a huge part of all elements of national power. So let's see what they do. But we call for raising revenues to cover any increases in defense, and reforming entitlements, which is a place they will maybe go. And certainly I've been in favor of that all my years in Congress and now. And I was there, 100 years ago in 1997, when members of Congress on a bipartisan basis voted successfully to balance the federal budget.
All right. Former Congresswoman Jane Harman, now chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy, joining us here on Balance of Power on this Thanksgiving Eve. Jane, thank you so much, and a very happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. We are almost there at the holiday, but we still have many more hours to go here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Bloomberg Business Week will be straight ahead. And of course, I'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern time for the late edition of Balance of Power. Well, we will continue to explore some of these same themes and look closer at the kind of economic policy that could come into shape in this Trump administration. Betsy Stevenson of the University of Michigan will be joining me. We'll also speak with the former commissioner at the FCC, Michael O'Reilly, because we have to talk about Brendan Carr as well. We spent a lot of time focusing on nominees. That one hasn't gotten much attention, so we're going to look at that coming up later this afternoon. In the meantime, stay right here on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, very good afternoon, everybody. Live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is the Wednesday edition, November 27th. We call it Thanksgiving
Kind of feels like
Eve.
a Friday.
It's a little quiet.
Where did everybody go? That's what I want to know.
I'm here. You're here.
We're here.
We're here. Mike McKee's here.
We got folks in the control room. Charlie Pellet's here.
Come on.
We've got a full house here.
We have a party. I
We
don't
do.
know. We really kind of do.
It does feel like a party.
It does kind of feel like a party. Although on Wall Street, it feels like everybody's like left the trading party and kind of maybe headed out for the holiday weekend.
Yeah, I think people got turkey on their mind. We got a little bit of a sell-off when it comes to the world's largest tech companies, dragging down the overall trade. We're going to have more on that in just a minute. Also, some ACO data.
Yeah. Oh my God. Talk about a drop today. We're going to get into it. What does it say about the U.S. economy? Too hot, too cold? Is it just right?
Well, speaking of the U.S. economy, what Donald Trump's picks for the top spots in trade and economic policy might mean for American might.
Plus, we've got a wait what moment. These are always my favorite when we come on air. BlackRock, Vanguard, you were sending this out really early, Tim, accused of breaking antitrust law by boosting electricity prices. I kind of want to get my head around this. I've got some questions.
Also, she took on Exxon. Now she's taking on the world of ETFs at TCW. All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie.
All right, thank you very much. I'm here in the office like everybody else. We are right to the end today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday. S&P 500 index right around 6,000 right now, down 21. That is a drop of just about 0.4%. We've got the Dow down 102, Dow Jones Industrial Average down by about 0.2%, while NASDAQ down 120. A decline there of 0.6%. So while there is a lot of red on the screen, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up, barely up by about 0.1%. The 10-year 4.23%, with the 2-year 4.20%. Gold up 0.2%, 26.39 the ounce, and Brent crude right now down 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude 68.37 a barrel, down 0.6%. Bitcoin up 5%, 96,215. A lot of tech earnings and a lot of tech selling. We've got Dell after earnings down 12.5%. Hewlett-Packard Inc., HPQ on the ticker, down 12.5%. CrowdStrike after earnings now slumping by 6%. Again, recapping stocks lower. S&P down 21, down 0.4%. S&P at 6,000 even. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, you're up to date on the markets. Well, before the Thanksgiving festivities, we got an economic feast of data earlier this morning ahead of the holiday. The government data showing the U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace in the third quarter, largely powered by a broad-based advance in consumer spending and steady business investment. GDP increasing at a 2.8% annualized pace in the third quarter. That's the second estimate, so second read of the figures from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. The economy's primary growth engine, consumer spending, you, me, everybody, we are spending, advancing 3.5%. Tim, that was the most this year.
And then the Fed's preferred measure of underlying inflation accelerated in October from a year ago. It kind of helps explain policymakers' more cautious approach to lowering interest rates. With our roundup on everything when it comes to the U.S. economy, with us is Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Mike, it's a lot. What you're pointing at me, Carol? What's
I'm just
going on?
thinking, when you go for Thanksgiving dinner, do you like sit down or you walk in and you're surrounded by family, like, all right, Mike, so what's going on with the economy? Like, is like that the question?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes you get that. And, like on a plane last night, somebody recognized me and said, what's going on with the economy?
Was it? Are they asking about tariffs now too?
I think it's a little too early for that. I mean, obviously, other reporters and political types do, but the average person, they haven't focused on that yet. They will.
So is it okay for somebody on an airplane or in an airport to come up to Michael McKee and ask him what's going on in the economy? Do you welcome that kind of attention?
Do you have dark glasses on? Are you like incognito?
Are you wearing your hat?
Let me put it this way. It is so seldom and so,
I don't believe
so
that.
far
I believe it's much
that
more.
I am flattered. I'm happy that people are watching and listening to Bloomberg.
They all listen and watch you in a big way. All right. Big data dump. Tell us about what we need to know about the numbers we got today.
They were sort of status quo-ish in the sense that we are still spending, as you mentioned. 3.5% is the revised figure for personal consumption in third quarter GDP, was 3.7, but you took that pair of shoes back, I think, and that
I did actually.
you got the refund that brought it down a little. But then the personal spending numbers came in at a reasonable level, up 0.4%. It was 0.6 in the month of September, but you have to realize, too, that September's back to school, so maybe there was a little bit of extra spending then. It's going to be interesting to see, but we should be set up okay for the holiday spending time. In the report, we saw a little bit of an increase in the personal savings rate, which suggests people still have some money. And the best news of all, well, it's mixed news because I have to set up the predicate that PCE price indexes, the Fed's measure, went up a little bit, 2.3% on a year-over-year basis for the headline, 2.8 for the core. It gets us farther away from their 2%. But wages and salaries went up 0.5%, and that pushed them up above the rise in inflation. So
that's the reason for the rise in inflation?
Well, no, that's the reason why people can keep spending, even though inflation may bother them. They're still making more money. They don't. We had this argument with Matt Miller on his show this morning. You know, he like everybody else says, yeah, but inflation is something that people do to me. They raise prices on me. Whereas if I get a raise, it's all because of me, because I'm great.
Well, Matt is great. So I understand where he's coming from.
That is funny about Matt, but it is true of everybody. That's a thing that psychologists have found to be true, and it's one reason why, even though inflation has come down, people are still upset.
So explain that a little bit more, because I think that's a really important point, especially post-election, is understanding the relationship between wages and inflation.
Well, wages don't cause inflation. Inflation causes wages because the causality is that prices go up and then people say, I got to get even, so I go to my boss and I ask for more money. And that's certainly what you see when you see the pattern bargaining in union negotiations. And I guess the rest of us are all getting wages increases this year, we hope.
Not some of those Starbucks folks. Remember we did that story about their bonuses?
But people do think that they get pay increases because they deserve them. And I wouldn't argue, but it does, you know, you have to keep in mind that the relationship between inflation and your wage increase is what matters. And if, as we've seen for the last year and a half, wages are rising faster than inflation, then we're better off.
All right, so we can kind of keep on shopping, which is a good thing. Hey, listen, is there anything, though, new or slightly altered, you know, in the data set, or not really? You said status quo to begin with, so there's nothing of that we should be like, oh.
Nothing that's going to change the course of the Fed's thinking at this point, because they knew going in what the PCE prices would be. The economists can figure that out. Jobless claims were still basically unchanged from the week before. There's no sign that companies are laying people off. The trade balance went down in part because it went up in the month of September because companies were bringing in products because of the possible port strike. But that will be technically a contributor to growth in the fourth quarter. So there's some good news, and GDP is strong, suggests that growth will probably still be strong in the fourth quarter, and that was not expected at the beginning of the year.
I'm going to be in here on Friday talking a little bit about Black Friday and getting an understanding of what people are spending money on, but I'm also going to be hounded by PR people throughout the entire day trying to give me updates on consumer spending. Can I pay attention to any of that, or will we not know how Black Friday went and what it means for
Well, there'll be a whole bunch of different,
for a few weeks.
There'll be a whole bunch of different measures of how Black Friday went. You'll get store traffic from some people. You'll get some spending numbers from credit card companies. You'll get other spending numbers from the retailers, and none of it really means anything. It's a sort of an artificial construct. We know that it's one of the busiest times. It's not the busiest shopping day of the year, but we know it's one of the busiest times of the year, and that weekend it kicks off, etc. But really what you end up doing is sort of looking at the spending numbers that we saw today, the numbers for November and December, and you average them out. Because one thing that's happened is the retailers have all started advertising cheaper stuff in October now for the holidays, and they've pulled forward a lot of spending. So maybe some of the people who would have gone and stood in line outside a store, fortunately a lot of stores don't do that anymore on Thanksgiving, those people have already spent some money, so we may not see the kind of big burst you saw in the past.
I was doing a little shopping last Sunday in the city, and it
What'd
was...
you get me?
TBD.
Okay.
But
it's
it was...
surprise. Did you see her hesitate there? Instead of saying nothing.
Would you like some skinny jeans? No.
Actually, I do live in Brooklyn.
Actually, you could do that. But what's interesting is it wasn't as crowded as I thought, but there were lots of sales, 40% off, some significant sales. So I thought it was interesting. One quick last question, 30, 40 seconds. What economy does President-elect Donald Trump, is he handed on day one in the White House, and how much of it is the result of the past administration and of Fed action of the past 4 years?
Well, it's probably going to be good, better than we thought it would be. The economy has strength going into the new year, unless some exogenous event happens that we can't predict, or unless he, through some of his tweeting, etc., makes some sort of problem for the economy. But basically, he will inherit a good economy, as he did from Barack Obama. So he is lucky in that sense, and I'm sure it will be all due to him. But he can't take any credit for anything that happens before January 20th.
I just always think it's an important narrative because we talk about this a lot with past presidents, how they are inheriting really the policies that people have put in place, right? The previous administration. Michael McKee, happy Thanksgiving. You can now start your holiday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Favorite pie?
I tend to like apple, I guess.
Okay.
I'm relatively traditional.
I have a pie poll going on
Pumpkin
Twitter.
for me. What about you?
Pecan. I'm going to make a pecan.
I knew that about you.
We need 3 pies in here.
Ah, see? All right. Bloomberg News International and Economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee. All right. Now we also want to get to a story that was just evolving as we were getting moving this morning.
It's one that we definitely wanted to know more about. What we know so far is that BlackRock, Vanguard Group, and State Street were sued by a group of states led by Texas for allegedly breaking antitrust law by boosting electricity prices through their investments. It's the highest profile lawsuit yet against the beleaguered ESG industry.
All right, we wanted to know more. We definitely have questions. Sally Bakewell, is Bloomberg News America's finance team leader, and she joins us right now in New York City. Sally, so glad you could be with us. What do we know about this story? Because for, I think, a bunch of us, it was like, wait, what's going on here?
It is a little bit confusing. The lawsuit claims that BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street used their shareholdings in coal companies like Peabody Energy to push the management of those firms to cut their carbon emissions. And they say that constraint in coal effectively led to a rise in consumer electricity prices. Now, these firms have been members of climate action groups, like Climate Action 100 is the name of one. And these 11 states in the lawsuit, they're suing, saying membership of these climate groups kind of effectively amounts to a level of collusion where they collectively use this holding in these coal companies to reduce emissions. Now, of course, those companies, or at least BlackRock, is pushing back, calling the suggestion that it invests in companies with the goal of harming them is baseless.
Well, I'm curious about the politics of this, and forgive me for being so cynical, but I see that Ken Paxton from the Texas Attorney General is leading the lawsuit, and he's been very litigious against companies such as these. He's been outspoken against ESG. He has been outspoken in many different areas when it comes to lawsuits. Is this political?
Oh, I think it's hugely, hugely political, and it shows. This case shows what a politically fraught area this is. I mean, the term ESG, it was massively hyped by Wall Street and banks and investment firms, often with BlackRock at the forefront, sort of went all in. But this is sort of, their efforts have posed this really significant reputational and political risk because they found themselves under fire from Republicans, and they were attacked as woke. And these firms have thus started to dial back on terms and, dial back on their efforts. And BlackRock in particular, it has faced a fair few legal warnings from Republican-led states over its environmental, social, and governance factors. In fact, just earlier this year, Mississippi state officials accused the investment firm of making fraudulent statements regarding its climate strategy.
All right, so it feels like there's a bunch of questions. Like, I guess at the heart of it, they have to find out, how much is just what was kind of going in the marketplace. I mean, we've done a lot of reporting right here at Bloomberg in terms of what's going on in the coal industry. And we know producers have, kind of been under pressure. We've seen, I think, almost everything, right? Like shut down in America. So how much is kind of just market effects of what's going on in terms of energy production and the world just moving away from coal, at least here in the United States in particular, versus was there, I don't know, something that these investment firms were up to? I guess that's at the heart of it, right, Sally?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there has been this impetus internationally to a cleaner, sort of less carbon reliant world. Not all states in the US have been absolutely on board with that. And I think what we've seen so far is a good guide of what's to come. We've already seen a lot of investment firms start dialing back on their efforts. The peak of trying to raise these issues was probably about 2021. And since they've sort of been downplaying things in this pushback, and I guess under a Trump administration, we can probably see that supercharged.
What does it seem like Ken Paxton and the other attorneys general from the 10 other states, what do they seem like they want to accomplish here? What's the end goal?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, I think, using this as a bit of a political football here. And they are acting, I guess, in the best interests of their state companies. They don't want restrictions on their firms that dig for oil and gas. And so a lot of these firms have made a big sort of vocal public push into ESG, and that has put them right in the middle of this fight. And this is what they're now trying to walk back from. In one example, BlackRock has a program called Voting Choice, which gives retail clients more power over how their shares are voted at company meetings instead of relying on BlackRock to do it for them. After facing criticism over the past 2 years that the asset manager kind of exerts an outsized influence on ESG matters, and we've seen the likes of JP Morgan Asset Management and State Street Global Advisors, they've withdrawn from some of these climate action groups that are getting essentially lambasted over collusion in this lawsuit. But they're at this sort of heart of a very difficult, fraught debate where they have essentially become, in some of these states, public enemy number one.
Sally, just got about 30 seconds. So serious or political, or time will tell? I don't know. What's the next focal point in this story?
I think, again, under the Trump administration, these kinds of lawsuits probably have a little more weight and a little more punch. Again, climate advocates, they would always argue that environmental risks are financial risks and that addressing them is among fiduciary responsibilities of firms.
Right.
And the firms argue that too, that they act in their best client interests. But again, we've seen them starting to scrap using the term ESG.
Yeah.
And that is probably a signal of what's to come.
Right. That was the core of ESG, right? The idea of these different risks financially. What would it mean for a company? Not necessarily doing good for the environment, but just kind of tapping into how this impacts the company financially. Sally, thank you so much. We really wanted to do this story, so glad we could check in with you. Sally Bakewell, she's America's finance team leader here at Bloomberg News, joining us right here in New York City.
Hey, taking a look at the red on the screen that we see right now, the S&P 500 down 0.3%, 0.6% to the downside. Over at the NASDAQ, the Dow down 0.2%. What's next, Carol?
A lot.
Econ.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. Russell 2000 index, though, hanging on to a gain up by about 0.1%. The S&P right now down 21, back below 6,059.99, bouncing right around that level, down 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 121, down 0.3%, while NASDAQ lower by 0.6%. Your 10-year at 4.23%. The 2-year now at 4.20%. Gold up $4.50 the ounce, 26.37, up by about 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 68.53 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 5.1%, 96,370 on Bitcoin. Federal Trade Commission looking into whether Uber violated consumer protection laws with its flagship subscription service. According to documents seen by Bloomberg, the FTC is investigating Uber after customers complained that the company signed them up for the Uber One subscription product without their consent and made it difficult to cancel. Uber shares, little changed on the day, 71.57. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet there. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Well, Donald Trump, the president-elect, of course, unveiled picks for 2 key posts on his economic team. We're talking about Kevin Hassett to direct the National Economic Council, and then Jamison Greer as the U.S. Trade Representative. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Both men, by the way, alums of the first Trump administration, both will be very involved in 2 areas that the president-elect campaigned on. We're talking about tariffs and taxes, both areas, as we know, that can impact the U.S. economy, and, Tim, also the fiscal picture.
Look, incredibly important. And we need to know as much as we can about both of these picks. So we got with us a Bloomberg Intelligence senior policy analyst, Nathan Dean. He joins us from Washington, D.C. As Carol mentioned, Nathan, these guys, no stranger to working in the government or working in the Trump White House. We've known Kevin Hassett for years, well known to the Bloomberg audience. We've talked with him over the years. So let's start with him, because Trump nominated him to direct the National Economic Council. Remind everyone what this job is about and what he's going to bring to it.
So the National Economic Council, think of them as the wing of the White House that implements the president's economic policies. It's certainly a policy position. This differs than what Kevin did earlier at the Council of Economic Advisors. Think of them as the consultancy. So what the NEC chair does is that, for the first half of 2025, Kevin Hassett's going to be really involved in the tax reform debate. Probably tariffs, not so much, but trying to persuade Republicans to embrace this multi-trillion-dollar tax extension package, which has to happen, which we think is going to cost around between $4 to $4.5 trillion. So I think the tax debate is certainly going to be more interesting for a lot of companies and so forth in terms of whether the corporate tax rate goes up and down. And Kevin will be the White House's man on the Hill trying to push that going forward.
So do these individuals, Nathan, just basically say, okay, President, this is what you want. I'm going to the Hill and this is what I'm going to do. Or do they say, hey, Mr. President, maybe you want to think about this?
It's going to be the latter. But, as we're telling our clients right now with the tariff debate, it's ultimately President Trump that's going to make the decision on a lot of this. They certainly are going to advise. And I think we're entering what's called the soap opera era of the White House because you have essentially 3 different wings of the advisors coming together. You have the pro-tariff wing, which Jamison Greer will be a member of. You have the pro-immigration reform wing, and then you also have the Wall Street friendly wing. And each one of those wings is going to be trying to advise the president, saying, "Hey, maybe go tougher on tariffs," or "Hey, maybe let's focus more on economic growth here." But ultimately, it will be President Trump's decision. And obviously, the folks that serve at the pleasure of the president will then try and implement that.
Is there any way to view tariffs as Wall Street friendly?
Obviously, we always tell our clients there's a risk and an opportunity for anything that happens in Washington, and certainly that can be the same for trade and tariffs. But we're also telling our clients is that, look, the tariffs are a negotiation tool. When President Trump said that he wants to put tariffs on China, Canada, and Mexico, there was a real risk or an opportunity there. However, when he signs those executive orders on day 1, most likely in that executive order will be language saying to the Commerce Department, go forth and conduct a study. And those tariffs are probably going to be 3, 5, 6 months down the line. At the same time, every lobbyist in Washington is going to be trying to influence the White House to say, hey, let's exempt autos, or hey, let's exempt solar, and let's exempt this. So I will just say that the tariff process is a long process, and it's a negotiation process because President Trump is a transactional president, and it depends on the deal. So as this process continues, certainly some sectors of the industry could be at the benefit of others if they were able to get those exemptions or if they were to try and negate some of the risk that's associated with the tariff.
Hey, you guys, I've got a win for you. I'm looking at small caps. They're up about 7.5% since Donald Trump was reelected to the White House. That compares with about just under a 4% gain in the S&P 500. So more tariffs we've talked about could be certainly potentially beneficial to small cap domestically run, companies here in the United States that maybe don't worry so much about stuff coming in and out, or might benefit by stuff not coming in or being more expensive that comes in. So there is definitely a play, and we've heard so much about different strategists talking about small caps. What do we need to know about Kevin Hassett? He's worked in so many different forms outside of government, but what he did during the first Trump White House, Nathan, we talk about guardrails being there, the checks and balances of the U.S. government. What do we know about Kevin Hassett from that first go-round that might give us an idea of how he runs his position if he assumes it after the nomination process and approval process? How do we think he might play out, I guess is my question.
Yeah, so obviously you bring up a great point. There's largely three ways things get done in Washington. It's legislation, which doesn't happen very often, minus the reconciliation package that will probably happen next year, regulation or deregulation, and that takes time. It takes quarters, and then you have executive orders, which mostly are symbolic in nature, outside of areas where the presidency is more powerful, like trade and tariffs. But when it comes to Kevin Hassett's position in its new role, the NEC chair doesn't really have much in the way of implementation authority. A lot of it's going to have to rely on Congress and or the Departments of Treasury or Commerce or Jamieson Greer over at the Trade Representative to implement that vision. So Kevin's going to have to do a lot of work in terms of massaging egos and trying to influence behaviors and so forth like that, because ultimately the NEC role is an advisory role. And then just in terms of the other agencies that are out there that are going to be implementing trade and tariffs and so forth like that, President Trump usually works at the 100,000-foot level. It's the secretaries and the undersecretaries and the assistant secretaries that have to figure it out at the 10,000-foot level. And that's where we go through the proposal comment process and so forth. Where I'm going with this is that for a lot of what President Trump wants to do, it's going to take time, and it's going to take a lot of, we're going to get a lot of notice before these things actually impact the bottom line in terms of where ultimately the impact is and if it's a risk or an opportunity.
Well, let's talk about this risk, or I think a lot of people are arguing it's a risk. We're out in San Francisco at the Schwab Impact event, and one theme kept coming up over and over again was immigration reform, and actually concerns about the president-elect, when he becomes president again, carrying out his promise to deport up to 11 million people who are here illegally, and the effect that would have on the economy. How are you looking at this at Bloomberg Intelligence from the perspective of, okay, this is something that is or is not feasible, and two, what would the effect on the economy be?
Yeah, obviously there would be a huge economic impact and certainly potentially an inflationary impact as well. If you were to take 13 million undocumented workers from the United States economy, and along with their buying, selling, and supply and demand and so forth like that. So outside of the humanitarian side of things, the economic side, it's going to be very much a logistical challenge for the president to move up to that goal of 1 million individuals per year. The reason being is that he has staffed his picks with pro-immigration reform candidates that on day one will signify this is where we're going. But the logistical challenges aren't just there. If you saw private prison stocks, for example, they went up 20 to 25% right after the election. What the idea here is that they would have to be contracted to pay for detention centers. You're going to see a lot of fights between, say, Chicago and New York and the federal government over federal funding. But ultimately, it is going to take time. It's going to take a significant amount of time to get up to that 1 million or even further to their goal of 3 million per year. And at the same time, you're going to have CEOs. For example, there was a CEO earlier this week in California, for example, saying, look, I rely on a lot of this labor. It's going to cost me more, and you're going to cut out my labor supply and make things even more difficult. So that economic message is certainly going to be going into the White House as this process plays out. And again, it's ultimately to the folks who are whispering in Trump's ear, and he makes that final decision. But as much as he wants immigration reform, he also wants stocks in the green, and he's got to figure out how to manage the two.
Yeah, you talk to folks in the hospitality industry, in construction, right? They're saying, listen, I need workers, and people are worried about, I agree with you. I feel like even when we talk to smaller and medium-sized companies, you hear that from leaders about they're concerned about having access to a workforce. Jamieson Greer, what do we need to know? Tariffs a very big part, as you've talked about already, of the Trump campaign. What else do we need to know about Jamieson Greer?
So Jameson Greer was the chief of staff to Robert Lighthizer when he was the trade representative during the first administration. He's currently a lawyer and a partner with one of the law firms here in Washington. But what I would say is he's very much pro-tariff and very much skeptical of free trade and very much indicative of President Trump's goals. If he's in this position, Jameson Greer will be the individual that's negotiating both on these bilateral discussions with other countries and also memberships of things like the World Trade Organization, the WTO. But ultimately, just remember again, he serves at the pleasure of the president, and it will be President Trump who I think will be taking more of the indirect role in these negotiations, because for President Trump, it's always a transaction, it's a deal. And if, for example, when Prime Minister Justin Trudeau calls President Trump, hours after he makes this statement, that was the beginning of the negotiation between the United States and Canada, and obviously the Mexican response as well in terms of this being an economic, this could be an economic problem for both countries. It's just the start of the negotiation. So I think Jameson Greer in that role as trade representative will certainly be the one working with his counterparts abroad, but he'll also be advising the president and trying to convince the president to move forward with this tariff position and/or potentially pull it back in terms of an economic issue.
Nathan, we spoke to Henrietta Treyz over at Beta Partners yesterday, and she essentially said, find me an example of a tariff that the president-elect, when he was president 2017 to 2021, in his first term, threatened but didn't put on. The idea that, there is actually something to his threats when it comes to tariffs here. Do you believe, and does the team over at Bloomberg Intelligence think that this threat is any different?
No, absolutely. We agree with Henrietta. I mean, if you remember, President Trump spoke with Bloomberg News editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite a few weeks ago in the city of Chicago, and he said, and I'm paraphrasing here, the tariff is my favorite word. He's not bluffing. I mean, this is certainly something that falls into the American first policy, where when he's conducting these negotiations, he comes in and he believes with a position of strength. And if the other countries that are negotiating with him don't, respond in a way where they try to come to a deal, President Trump has will have no issues laying a tariff of this type on another country, because per that idea that, this is a process that'll take months to implement, it's just another way to increase the negotiation stance, increase the leverage. But if a deal can't be made, those tariffs are real risk. Or an opportunity, depending on where you are on the side of the trade.
Nathan, 30 seconds left here. Michael McKee just talking about the economy that President Donald Trump inherits, actually probably better than maybe he expected. His policies, it's up to him to kind of whether or not maintain this economy or possibly create some stress on it as a result of whatever policies he puts into effect?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of talk about deregulation, for example, and a lot of market sentiment in the market right now about deregulation.
Right.
But we just note that deregulation takes time. It's not going to be a magical wand. It's going to take quarters, if not years. So just in terms of expectations, there's only so much the president can do immediately. The rest of it's going to have to come out over the next 2 to 3 years and 4 years of his term.
Nathan Dean, have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you so much. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst Nathan Dean right there in D.C. All right, still to come, the little engine number one that could and now is at TCW. We're on the other side of the break as Bloomberg Business Week continues on this Wednesday. I forgot. It's Wednesday. Almost Thanksgiving.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index back below 6,059.98 where we stand right now. Down 23 points, lower by 0.3%. The Dow down 113, down by 0.2%. NASDAQ down 124, a drop right now of 0.7%. On a down day for the rest of the market, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up by 0.2%. 10-year 4.24%, the 2-year 4.21%. Gold little change, 26.34 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%. 68.72 a barrel. Bitcoin, meanwhile, up 5.4% now at 96,586. Symbotic, it's a warehouse automation company, is plunging 38%. It cut its first quarter revenue forecast and said it was unable to file its annual filing because of accounting errors. Again, Symbotic down by 38.8%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 22, now down 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live here on Bloomberg Business Week. So Bloomberg's Crystal C put out a story recently reporting out in our Bloomberg Deals newsletter. And what she wrote is that everywhere activists are feeling more emboldened to push for bigger, more significant asks at larger companies. Elliott leading the pack with another mega cap campaign. They called on Honeywell to break itself up. There's a lot, Tim, that's going on when it comes to activist investors.
Yeah, the activities of activists often mirror market optimism as the market trends up with the hope that the new administration will relax regulations and bring down interest rates. The activists are actually bolder and busier, but then there's this other side of things where it's like the anti-ESG movement, like we saw out of that lawsuit earlier today filed by Ken Paxton out of Texas and 10 other states. Curious to see what our next guest has to say. It's been a bit since we last spoke with her, so great to be checking back in with Jennifer Grancio. She's head of ETFs over at TCW. She joins us from Los Angeles. Good to have you back with us, Jennifer. How are you?
I'm very well. Nice to be here.
We were kind of reminiscing back to when we last talked to you, and we were at Milken back in 2021. It was like that weird October Milken event because things had been put on hold as a result of the pandemic. Things were different then. Engine number one was an independent company. Now, from about a year, you've been at TCW. Just give us an update as to how the integration is going and sort of where you are now.
Thank you. So engine number one to TCW. So at TCW, we've been an active manager for more than 50 years, started as a concentrated active manager and have, a very large business around public and private fixed income. So the engine number one acquisition about a year ago got TCW into the ETF business. And if you look at our ETF franchise today at TCW, we've got 5 terrific equity funds. We could talk more about that. And then more recently, we've added and converted mutual funds, and we now have 6 fixed income funds. So as a kind of very careful, fundamental, active manager, we think the market needs these thematic products on the equity side. And then on fixed income, we think the market needs better tools to deliver income in portfolios.
What do you mean in terms of better tools right now? The fixed income market has been kind of a wild one this year. And I feel like go back a year and the narrative around how aggressive the Fed was going to be, that didn't pan out. But tell us how you are thinking about that and the types of products that are needed in the fixed income world today for investors.
Yeah, so if you think about portfolio construction over the very long term, immediate term to very long term, you think about fixed income in a portfolio as providing defense and ballast as well as return. And so if we look at portfolios today, markets have been very interesting for the last however many years. And honestly, I think investors still have too much cash. And so fixed income is a way both to diversify the portfolio and to kind of move out of cash and into more income producing assets. And so what we've done at TCW is we know that everybody's got something at the core or total return portfolio today. And so what we've done is we've launched 6 products that let you, in a very smart and considered way, have total return plus income, or actually leg into additional layers of income in the portfolio. And that's what the TCW ETFs do.
I am curious, too, about, why now in terms of switching the funds, some of the fixed income funds, converting them from mutual funds to ETFs. Why now is the time to do it?
Yeah, if you look at the market, the ETF market has been around for a long time now, but the use of active strategies in the ETF wrapper is really accelerated in growth. And so this year, at this point in the year, we probably had 30% growth in flows into active ETFs. It's about $800 billion in total now. And so as TCW, we serve institutional investors, we serve wealth and retirement clients, and a lot of those clients love the mutual funds. And as people are building wealth-oriented taxable portfolios, we have a lot of investors that really are looking for ways to use our products and models, use our products in the simple vehicle of the ETF that we've gotten used to. And so our ETF range is coming in alongside our great mutual funds. Flexor is total return and a yield product. Muse is the first of its kind way to add yield, let an active manager select and add for you. And we can talk a little bit more about that. Other ways to look at income. In the case of bank loans or high yield, we think the index products actually aren't the right tools. So we've also launched ETFs in that space.
Remind me again, though, just go back. What kind of flows have you been seeing into the fixed income world, especially post-election? I'm just curious what you've been seeing. More, less? Give me some context.
Yeah, flows into fixed income have picked up for sure. I think, listen, we would all love to have a crystal ball and know exactly what's going to happen. But I think flows into fixed income have picked up, but there's still a lot of money in cash. And some of that money that's in cash could be coming into fixed income products, that could be coming into things like AAA CLOs. That's another ETF we just launched, right? Where it's not sitting in cash, it's higher return, but it's also very safe. So we think that people are putting money back to work. They need the right tools to do it.
Hey, listen, one thing we were thinking about prepping for this, and so great to get an update of kind of what you guys are doing at TCW, but I have to say, we thought about that conversation at Milken. I mean, when engine number one came on the scene, we were like, who are they? And they're taking on this massive, integrated oil company, energy company, and that was Exxon. The activism that number one did, little known fund, waged a battle, and won, got seats on the board. When you look back at that moment, what was so key for you guys as a firm, as an activist?
Yeah, I mean, I think what engine number one did was really kind of looking at the fundamental changes that we see unfolding in the industry in terms of how we use power, in terms of how we use energy, in terms of reshoring of manufacturing. And frankly, energy companies had a way to capitalize on that. They weren't taking advantage. Exxon needed to do a better job of capital allocation, which they've done. And at TCW, we're always looking at how things change over time. We're active managers. And so what we did at Exxon, I think, was to make a point that the world is changing around energy and power use. And these companies like Exxon can do a good job of capital allocation and take advantage of that. And we still do that across our whole business at TCW. We're always looking at fundamental risks and economically material risks. And one of the funds that came over from engine number one to TCW, NetZ, is still a great way to kind of invest in that energy and power transition. At the same time, at TCW, we've created this range of fixed income ETFs so that you can also, on that part of the portfolio, build for income. So there's a lot of very exciting opportunities to come alongside in investor portfolios, this allocation to the index and the weight on big tech names that probably is too heavy today.
Jennifer,
and sitting in cash.
Can I ask you? Can I ask one thing though? When I think we all thought fossil fuel growth, that this was going to be the end of Exxon being able to really continue to kind of grow in that area. All three of the board picks that you guys put in voted in favor of the $60 billion acquisition of Pioneer Natural Resources, a Permian Basin behemoth. So when you look at that, so obviously not an end to Exxon's production. I think their oil production is highest in its 140-year history, just 40 seconds here. So is it still a win? How do you see that?
Yeah, our work with Exxon was around raising the stock price, which engine number one, changed the stock price of Exxon 70%. It encouraged Exxon to add other skills to the board. And then independently, Exxon and the board at Exxon have found ways to make money in kind of new and greener businesses, as well as to smartly invest to basically meet the demand we have for energy and power. It's us as consumers that are using AI and data centers and phones. And so they have a very different discipline now than they did before that campaign. And we think that's an important investment theme.
All right. So glad to get some time with you. Happy Thanksgiving. Jennifer Grancio over at TCW.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, are we there yet? Is soon to be replaced by do we need this?
You know what's
Get
funny?
to Thanksgiving, and then you got to do shopping afterwards.
I was over at somebody's house over the
Yes.
weekend. Their names will go.
Somebody.
They will remain anonymous.
You're
and there
so
was a
mysterious.
Peloton. There was a Peloton in the basement. It was being used as a drying rack.
Huh? How many pieces of workout equipment have I certainly had in my homes, and it's like all of a sudden like the clothes are hanging on it, and it's really sad.
Just throwing it out there.
It's really sad. All right, great story that gets into kind of what to expect. I love how this story by our team here at Bloomberg. It starts off with driving 6 hours for a used rowing machine, slashing Christmas budgets by 80%, shopping for gifts starting around Easter. Welcome everybody to the 2024 holidays, where inflation-wary shoppers are going to extreme lengths to get a deal, Tim. I've already bought some things, and it's like coupons or discounts.
I already learned earlier today, nothing for me, but that's fine. There's still time.
I just am a last-minute shopper.
Holiday shopping already underway ahead of Black Friday, with more on why shoppers are asking themselves, do we really need this? With us here in the studio is Bloomberg News consumer team leader Emily Cohn. So Emily, do consumers really need this stuff, and why is this question being asked right now?
So the big theme of this year on the retail beat has been lower discretionary spending. Consumers are largely making the same amount that they've been making, but groceries cost more, essential goods cost more, so that leaves less discretionary dollars on the table to be spent on things like leggings and things that you don't necessarily need, a rowing machine, TVs. So that gives retailers a lot to be anxious about this holiday season.
Are they also anxious because it's a holiday, it's shortened shopping season because Thanksgiving is coming so late?
That's exactly right. Thanksgiving's later in the month of November, which means the period between Thanksgiving and Christmas is shorter than usual. There's a lot to be anxious about.
It's interesting, though, because we also got some consumer data out this morning, or some economic data, I should say, that shows that consumers are still, at least the economy's still in a pretty strong spot.
Money.
We're making a little
increases.
more money. But, you know, as we learned with the election, you know, and why people voted the way they did, I think the postmortem is certainly still being done. You can't always necessarily trust that data. Consumers certainly don't feel like they have a lot of money and they're in a good place right now. How are you guys looking at it?
So this is where we start to talk about what we talk about a lot, the bifurcation of consumers. And you see that when you look at stores like Walmart and Target. Walmart's doing really well. They're outperforming most retailers right now. And I think that speaks to the fact that, yes, consumers are still spending, but they're looking for a deal. There's pricing down, so someone who might have been doing their grocery shopping at Whole Foods might be going to Walmart today. So Walmart is doing well. And then a store like Target, which really bets on you walking in for one thing and then filling up your cart with a million other
Guilty
things
as charged.
you don't need. That's the kind of thing that we're seeing a lot of right now. Target has a lot at stake this Black Friday. They have what they are hoping is going to draw in a lot of people, a Taylor Swift book.
I keep hearing about this. Tell me about this.
I have not heard about this.
I heard them
What's going
talk
on with the
about
Taylor
it
Swift
on
book?
like either surveillance or intelligence this morning.
So this is a blockbuster book deal that can only be bought in stores on Friday. So it'll be available online on Saturday, but only in stores on Friday. And this is Taylor Swift.
Is this the official Taylor Swift Eras tour book?
It is. I think that's exactly the title. Yes.
Oh my God! How much does this go for? $39.99, Tim.
That's a lot for a book.
That is a lot.
That's a lot for a buck.
Yeah.
Cheaper than a ticket, though, or going to the tour. That's for sure, right?
You weren't in Toronto over the weekend?
I was not.
No.
I heard she was a little weepy.
Oh, really?
Because it was emotional. Because I think she's like, finishing up these different legs of the tour. Having said that, so discounting. I already saw it last week doing some shopping on Sunday. Some serious, I keep saying this, 40% off at Levi's. I'm just telling you. Are we seeing more discounting than normally?
Definitely seeing more
time?
discounting than normally. A lot of retailers are really desperately in need of a turnaround this season. So the stores we're closely watching are Macy's, Nike, Kohl's, Best Buy. Many of these companies have relatively new CEOs, so they're trying different strategies this year. And then a lot of stores are also looking to see their e-commerce grow. So a store like Walmart, speaking to the online deals, offering twice as many online deals as they did last year.
So let's end there, because you're in charge of the team that's sort of fanning out all over the country, getting an understanding of how consumers are feeling on Black Friday. I mentioned this note from Deloitte that was out earlier this week. It's a survey that says, for the first time, online-only retailers beat out all other retail formats as the preferred way consumers want to shop. How are retailers, brick-and-mortar retailers, getting people into stores, apart from the Taylor Swift book, getting people into stores if they want to be shopping online?
Yeah, I mean that's what we're going to watch for on Friday. I think pace of shoppers in stores is expected to slow. The growth is expected to be slower than it was last year, and we are watching. Best Buy is bringing back doorbusters, which is something that brings to mind like 2010, early 2010s when people were like.
But stores aren't opening up Thanksgiving night, right? We've gotten away from that. We're not seeing that.
Is over. This is an actual Black Friday event.
That's great that's over.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
It's like, imagine being the workers who like leaving Thanksgiving to go do this.
It's like, stop it, people. You can shop on Friday morning. Listen, we're going to be listening to all of the coverage that you and the team are doing. I know Tim's going to be talking to a lot of the people, so thank you. Emily Cohn, consumer team leader at Bloomberg News, right here in our studio. All right, for those of you watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I, though, continuing on Business Week, we're going to talk a little bit about nuclear energy.
Yeah, also the founder and CEO of Outside Interactive joining us a little later in the program, too. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. If you're heading somewhere for the holiday, pack your patience, as they say, at the airports and on the roads.
We're about halfway. We've got about 4 hours, 15 minutes left, so I think it's going pretty good. It's not as much traffic as I'm used to.
And so far, the weather is mostly cooperating. CBS's Nicole Valdez is at Atlanta's airport.
In terms of delays and cancellations, we're only at about 400 nationwide right now. A majority of those happening in Denver, where we know some significant winter weather is likely. Those flights. This is really an interesting situation. We're looking at a day where we are expecting to see nearly 50,000 flights across the U.S.
The FBI is looking into threats against Donald Trump's White House team. Katrina Kaufman has more.
Several of Trump's nominees have been targeted with bomb threats and swatting. One of them who has come out with a statement is Elise Stefanik. She said that she was driving home with her husband and child for Thanksgiving when they learned about a bomb threat at their home. The police responded immediately, she said. We know that the FBI is aware of this, and also that no one with Secret Service protection was impacted.
The White House, concerned about Russia's advances in Ukraine, has some advice for Kyiv, as Linda Kenyon reports.
An administration spokesman says Ukraine should lower the current draft age of 25 to 18. This would help expand the pool of fighting-age men as the nearly 3-year-old war with Russia continues. The U.S. has provided more than $56 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the war began, and says a shortage of manpower, not international assistance, has now become the major issue. Russia, too, is experiencing a manpower shortfall and has turned to North Korea to provide thousands of troops. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The ceasefire is holding between Israel and Hezbollah. CBS News security contributor Sam Vinograd.
This is a day-by-day implementation, if not a minute-by-minute implementation. The United States government is deeply aware that they will have to pay close attention as to whether Hezbollah and Israel are keeping up their sides of the deal.
The UN is evacuating its staff from Haiti's capital. The Miami Herald's Jacqueline Charles.
The options are very limited right now to get out the country, as we're seeing an escalation in gang violence. 40,000 people have been displaced in just 10 days because of this new round of violence.
U.S. airlines are not flying to Haiti after shots were fired at some planes. On Wall Street, the Dow is off 126. This is CBS News.
people love.
It is a heartbreaking day for the family of a former CBS News anchor. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez reports.
Dan Rather's wife of 67 years, Jean Rather, has died. The announcement on the former CBS Evening News anchor's Facebook page says Jean was a steadfast advisor and rock of true Texas grit during every storm. The cause of her death was cancer. The Post says she'd been in hospice care for some time. The couple met at a radio station in Houston and moved back to Texas in 2021. Jean, an artist, died at their home in Austin, the Post says, surrounded by family and her artwork. She was 89. Dan Rather is 93 now. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
How satisfied are aspiring lawyers with their education? The latest survey finds 80% say their experience was good or excellent, but satisfaction rates among students of color much lower. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Wednesday as we get ready for a market close tomorrow. Of course, it's Thanksgiving Day, and then we've got a shortened holiday trading session on Friday, so it's an interesting world. But we're definitely down across the board when it comes to the equity trade. We'll dig into it in just a moment.
Well, part of the digging in has to do with what's going on with tech names today. Have you seen shares of Dell?
No. Yeah.
Down 12%.
Yes.
HP Inc., ticker HPQ, down close to 12%.
Getting hammered.
Yeah. What's going on with the PC market? Woo Jin Ho is editor over at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's going to stop by. I see him standing by from our Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters. We're going to be joining him in just a few minutes. Also,
you got to say the line.
We're going nuclear.
We're going nuclear. We've got the chief nuclear officer.
It's not nuclear. It's nuclear. Okay.
Oops, if you don't understand, Google it. We're going to check in with the chief nuclear officer at the nuclear company. This company is trying to build new plants in the United States. It's not an easy feat. They haven't built any yet, right? So I am curious how they kind of move this nut.
You know, our projects that we work on take like a few hours.
Yeah.
These take decades.
This takes a long time, and especially when you have a lot of people like, not in my backyard.
Yeah, well, something that didn't take decades was building the My suite of apps. It only took about 5 years for Robin Thurston to build the company. Then he sold it to Under Armour for $150 million.
So done, buy an island, you're done? No.
You know, no. So now he's back. He bought it back from Under Armour earlier this year. He's going to be joining us a little later in the program because he's got big plans. He's taking on legacy media and social media with this new umbrella organization.
And still in an ad and marketing model. So
that's the thing. That is the thing. Yeah.
All right, we're going to get into all of this. I'm Carol Masser. He's Tim Stenivek. We're Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get you going on the market trade. Here is Charlie Powell.
All right, I thank you very much. We got 53 minutes to go until it's turkey time. Thanksgiving holiday right around the corner. But right now, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. S&P down 20. Drop right now of 0.3%, holding just above 6,000, 6,001. Dow Industrials down 127. Drop there of 0.3%. NASDAQ down 103, a decline of 0.5%. On a down day for the rest of the market, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is advancing barely, up by about 0.1%. 10-year 4.24% for the 2-year, 4.21%. Gold up $3 the ounce, little change now, up 0.1%. 26.36 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude flat on the day, 68.76 a barrel. Bitcoin, though, ripping higher, up 5.6% right now, 96,808 on Bitcoin. One of the big unknowns, though, for investors is the full scope of potential tariffs under the incoming Trump administration and what that means for markets. Carol Schleif is Chief Investment Officer at BMO Family Office.
Our expectation is for continued progress in the markets, although we would expect more volatility than we've seen recently, especially surrounding tariffs, because we don't think he's kidding.
BMO's Carol Schleif interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. Dell and HP reporting quarterly financial results that suggest a long-awaited recovery of the PC market is stalling. Dell shares down now by 12%. Hewlett-Packard Inc., HP Inc., lower by 11.6%. Also out with earnings. CrowdStrike down 4.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. As you just heard from Charlie, HP and Dell both selling off. They're the worst performers on a percentage basis in the S&P 500 today. Also, a little bit of a preview for my decliners.
Yeah,
got to
I
include
figured
those.
you had to do those, right?
Yeah, both companies, as we heard from Charlie, reported weak results after the close yesterday, disappointing investors who've been waiting for a recovery in the PC market. Woo Jin Ho covers both of these companies, so he's probably been a little busy on this day before Thanksgiving. He can tell us exactly what's going on. He's senior technology analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, and he joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton. So what is going on with this? Is this all about PCs? Because I did think that Dell was an AI play now.
Hey, Tim. It is an AI play, and I'm actually surprised that investors were catching more on to the PC play than anything else.
Okay, so it's not just me. I'm glad. I'm in. You know what? I'm in good company. Can I just say that? Thank you.
You are in great company.
Sorry. Go ahead, Woo Jin.
No, you're absolutely right, Tim. I've been actually scratching my head why people didn't take on the AI momentum that they saw in the quarter. You're not seeing it in revenues, but in orders as well as in backlog has been fairly positive. It sets them up for a good fiscal 2026 or a calendar 2025.
All right. So then, are investors getting it wrong?
No, I don't think investors are getting Dell wrong. Okay. Well, I think investors are getting Dell wrong in the sense that they're looking at the next shining ball right now, which is the PC market, not materializing as strong as one had hoped. But we heard the same thing with HPQ last night.
Can I just say, help me understand, PC market obviously important, and I think we've talked about weakness and so on and so forth. So where are we in the PC market cycle in general? I mean, we all still use a lot of PCs, so I'm just trying to understand the importance of the business, whether it's to Dell, and then especially when we all continue, Woo Jin, to focus on the shiny new thing of AI.
Yeah, so let's talk about the PC market or PC revenues in general. To Dell, it's roughly about 2/3 of total revenue, so it's a sizable chunk of sales. For HPQ, it's roughly a little bit over a half to 2/3 of sales as well. Now, the issue is that heading into the print, there's a lot of anticipation of two things. One, AI PC upgrades, and then two, the Windows 11 upgrade cycle. And our call heading into the print was that we don't think that's going to materialize because consumers are still kind of tight with their wallets right now, and corporate IT budgets are tight as well. So we did kind of anticipate a weak near term to the PC upgrade cycle. What they're all hoping for right now is a real strong second half of the year of PC spending.
What was disappointing about this? What's happening in the industry that is leading to disappointment in sales? Was it back to school? Is it a lack of reason for people to upgrade? They're happy with their older PCs. The pandemic era upgrade that we did in 2020, that's kind of over because we're back in the office. Is it all of the above? What's going on?
Well, I mean, let's break that up into the two key segments, corporate as well as
good point.
The consumer, right? On the consumer side, most of us are largely doing what? Word, internet browsing. The PC that you bought from 4 years ago still works fine, right? So there really is no need to upgrade PCs right now. AI PCs, not that compelling to the consumer because there really aren't any apps. If you look at
Thank you for that reality check, despite what every executive comes on here and tells us, Woo Jin.
If we look at it on the corporate PC side, right, now what are we going to, the corporates are facing a couple of issues. I have a finite number of IT budget. I need to invest in AI in some way or form, and I'm spending more on my AI systems than I had thought and hoped. So where is it going to come out of? It's probably going to come out of the PC budgets or some of the legacy technologies, which includes PCs, right? We do know that there is a lot more interest on the AI PC side from corporate customers. However, again, the lack of applications really isn't sparking the upgrade cycle. Now, I do think that the upgrade cycle will start to happen sometime in 2025, but I don't think it's going to be as strong as some has hoped. And I think that's what's pulling back the demand or the growth expectations for PCs for both HP as well as Dell.
Woo-Jin, how much of what we're seeing with the Dell share price today has to do with that the stock is up almost 63% year to date? And so there was a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of expectations coming
Dell,
into this.
right.
Oh, I mean, Dell. Did I not say? Okay.
No, you did.
Yeah, I'm talking about Dell Technologies. How much of that is also at play? You know, that reality, valuation, or expectations versus what we got in terms of the numbers?
Well, I actually want to circle back to Tim's point in terms of the AI server demand. Now, heading into the print, there actually was a lot of excitement of Dell capitalizing or benefiting from Supermicro's woes, financial woes, right? Where Supermicro's auditing issues would probably lead to customer market share shifts to Dell. And Dell is eventually going to be a beneficiary. A couple of things that we've been saying for the past month or so is that these things don't happen overnight. And it really didn't materialize in the AI server numbers. Now, AI server numbers beat for Dell this past quarter, but they're going down sequentially, not because of Supermicro or a weak demand, but it's primarily because they don't have availability or can't have access to NVIDIA GPUs because of supply chain issues. So, look, the fundamentals are great on the AI server side. You're just not going to see it for another quarter or two. It's all timing for them, in my mind.
Hey, you also cover Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, and it's not clear to me why shares today are down 6%.
Sympathy.
But it's funny that you say that,
long lost twin, or what is this?
But that's the whole reason they were spun off, is because they are completely different businesses. So what are investors concerned about with HPE, given what they saw in Q?
Well, nothing with Q.
Okay.
It's more with Dell, because the Dell's infrastructure business closely aligns with HPE.
A good point. Okay,
right?
Thank you. Yes.
Right. So the AI server woes that from a supply chain issue, HPE faced the same challenges. The other thing is that the server and storage businesses weren't improving as well as some had hoped. I will tell you that HPE is doing a little bit better on the server and storage side. The one piece that people do not understand, or investors don't closely follow, but should be good for HPE, is on the networking side. The recovery has actually been stronger on the networking side than people had anticipated, and HPE should be a beneficiary of that. And then we should get an update on the HPE Juniper deal, which I view positively on from a margin and growth perspective.
Yeah, I should put out 2 put options on HPE surging, and you've got trading volume above their 20-day average. So we definitely are seeing a lot of activity on that one as well.
So just for clarification,
yes,
we should think about Woo-Jin, and we have 30 seconds. We should think about Dell as being like the corollary to HPE plus HPQ, right?
Exactly.
Because they're in both parts of that business, whereas those companies a few years ago were the same company and spun off separate companies.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep. The iterations,
got it, Tim.
All right.
This is why we keep them around. I'm just going to tell you.
Equities 101 with Tim.
Woo-Jin, thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving. Woo-Jin Ho, he's Senior Technology Analyst at our Bloomberg Intelligence team, with the lowdown on what's going on with Dell and HPQ. As you said, they're among your decliners. Right now, we've got Dell Technologies down more than 12%. And if I look at HPQ, that stock also lower in this session. It's down almost 12%. So some big hits there.
Okay, a little preview for my decliners. Hey, coming up next, we're going nuclear with the Chief Nuclear Officer of the Nuclear Company. That's next.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got a sell-off in the world's largest tech companies. Mag 7 dragging down stocks. The latest economic data giving support to the Fed's cautious stance on rate cuts. S&P right now at 59.95. Again, 39 minutes to go ahead of the close. S&P right now down 25, down 0.4%. The Dow down 150, down 0.3%. Nasdaq down 124, down 0.6%. 10-year 4.25% with a 2-year 4.21%. Gold little changed, up $5 the ounce to $26.38. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.1%, 68.70 a barrel. Bitcoin now above 97,000. Bitcoin today surging by 6%. Well, certainly lots of questions about the impact of tariffs on markets, potential tariffs. Ethan Devitt is Chief Global Market Strategist at Moneta Group Investments.
Well, we always factored this in as the Trump trade. We saw that tariffs would be broadly inflationary, despite Scott Bessem's caveat about net zero-sum games. We thought that it would also depress economic activity and would be very bad outside the U.S., so very bad for trading partners. Mexico and Canada were mentioned here, but we know it's not good for any trading partner, particularly in Europe.
Ethan Devitt, Chief Global Strategist at Moneta, interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. Federal Trade Commission looking into whether Uber violated consumer protection laws with its flagship subscription service. Uber shares now lower by 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, earlier this month, our Bloomberg News colleague Jennifer DeLuey reported that President Biden's administration is setting out plans for the U.S. to triple nuclear power capacity by 2050. Demand climbing for the tech as a round-the-clock source of carbon-free power. We've talked about the need for energy generation as a result of what's going on with AI, servers, and the like. Well, under a roadmap being unveiled earlier this month, the U.S. would deploy an additional 200 gigawatts of nuclear energy capacity by mid-century through the construction of new reactors, plant restarts, and upgrades to existing facilities. In the short term, the White House aims to have about 35 gigawatts of new capacity operating in just over a decade. For some context,
is that a lot?
Well, nuclear accounted for about 100 gigawatts of installed electricity generation capacity in the U.S. in 2023. So, yeah, that would be a big jump.
All right, so let's get to Joe Kletcher, because he's hoping to help the United States get to that level. He is Chief Nuclear Officer of the Nuclear Company, which is looking to build a series of nuclear power plants across the United States. He joins us on this Wednesday from Evans, Georgia. Hey, Joe, nice to have you back with us and talking about the work you guys are doing. Remind our world exactly what you are setting to do, because you haven't built any plants yet, correct?
That's correct. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here and sharing some great information about the nuclear industry with you and your base. We aim to really develop and deploy new nuclear at large scale. You really kicked us off with some exciting statistics and also some monumental growth that we're expecting to see on the nation's grid and really globally. We're aiming to help deliver in a way that we've never seen before, which is bringing clean, firm, sustainable power to the grid that will help solve some of these the issues we're going to see with the growth of AI, the growth of electrification related to vehicles and manufacturing. And we believe that doing new nuclear construction in a way that is designed once, rinse and repeat many times at scale will get us into a position where we can really drive down the costs and create a product that is much needed for national security, frankly.
How do you do this? And you can answer this question in a way that other people can't, because you worked at Southern Company as operations director for the Vogtle Units 1 and 2, and then you also transitioned to oversee Vogtle Units 3 and 4. So these are very expensive. They took years, decades. They were billions of dollars over budget. How do you not repeat that at the nuclear company? Like, how are you going to do that differently?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I get asked this question a lot, and yes, my career started in the U.S. Navy as a submariner working on nuclear submarines, and I've progressed through many utilities operating and maintaining nuclear facilities, and as you mentioned, had the great opportunity to help with the Vogtle project, which was a monumental effort by Southern Company. Many lessons learned. The simplest way to help people understand this is This was a first of a kind build in our country with a first of a kind technology. We need to continue to use the lessons learned from projects like Vogel and many others that have occurred around the world to move us from a first of a kind project into what we call nth of a kind. So we got to get through the early stages of capturing lessons learned on what is a really, really great design, and there's many others out there. You continue to use this same design, develop, use those lessons learned. We think we can get 40% efficiencies through lessons learned. We also believe there's 20 to 30% savings in the use of digital technologies, whether those be digital twins, 3D scans, drones, other technologies that are available today that weren't necessarily available when these nuclear projects were occurring in the past. That is our path to really getting the costs of nuclear down, and getting it in a position where it can provide what a lot of other forms of energy cannot provide, and that's the security to the grid to provide that firm 93% plus capacity factor of clean energy.
But, you know, the plants that were started by Southern Company, I just want to go back to, right, considered a milestone in U.S. nuclear power construction, but they were 7 years later than originally planned, and a budget of more than double the preliminary projected cost of over $30 billion. I would assume making nuclear power plants is difficult. Forgive my sarcasm, but we know that this is not it. And, you know, Tim and I were talking before we got going. I had a dad who's an engineer who worked in the early space program and putting men on the moon and guidance systems. And the system of, like, government contracts of, like, low-cost provider often being at the top of the list as a priority makes me a little hinky when we're talking about nuclear power. How do we get it right? How do we do it safely? How do we do it without the cost overruns?
Yeah, so I think those are all great points, and they're obviously they're problems that we are trying to solve at the nuclear company, and I believe we will solve. Again, the number one thing is let's design a technology that works extremely well, and let's continue to rebuild that technology many times so we can really capture the lessons learned and then get the cost benefits out of capturing those lessons learned.
Joe, what is the different technology from maybe what was done by the Southern Company versus what you guys are looking to do? Break it down for us.
Yeah, so we are not a technology provider. We are a developer and we are a deployer. So we're gonna develop these projects, whether related to where they're going to be sited, which partners we're going to work with, and then we have the team that's going to come in and perform the project management and deployment to get these from the numbers that you estimated down to half of what those have historically been through what I said before, the use of technologies, getting the right systems in place, locking that design down. Remember, when you're doing a first-of-a-kind project, there are a lot of lessons that come out of that. And if you don't capture those lessons and continue to do it, then you've just thrown away all the value you get out of doing a technology. It'd be like if Henry Ford developed the Model T, built one, and said that was way too hard to do, I'm not going to build anymore. You got to keep iterating on that process to get it to a point that you get to the nth of a kind cost on these technologies.
It's a very capital intensive process, to say the least, building a nuclear power plant. In terms of where your role is and just where the money is coming from, give everyone an update on, you guys are a startup, but give everyone an update on how much you've raised and how you think you'll be able to get there.
Yeah, so we have investors on the company side, specific to the nuclear company, that are investing to really fund our company. We'll continue through the process of a startup company to do our rounds of funding as needed. Specific to projects, we leverage public-private partnerships, and then we'll be pulling in different investors associated with the public-private investor partnerships to drive the funding of the projects themselves. So we plan to roll out more information in the first quarter of next year related to where that funding is coming from and who those potential partners are. But for now, we don't want to share any more detailed information.
Can you tell us where some of the projects you're looking at would go?
Yeah, at a high level, our theory is we're going to focus on projects that we can build quickly. We believe we need to be building now. We don't need to be waiting on technologies. There's technologies available that can be built now. So with that said, we are looking at sites, and we have an algorithm that helps with our site selection process that focuses on sites that already have some form of licensing and environmental work already completed, so we could start these projects sooner rather than later.
So, Joe, help me understand something. So, as you said, you're a project management company. You're not a technology company, so you're not actually building them. It's like you're a middleman, it sounds like, right, in terms of getting these done. Why do we need a middleman? Won't it just ultimately come through the government or utilities or states or power companies figuring it out? Why do we need a middleman? Is this more of an investor play, which is certainly of interest to the Bloomberg audience, who are always looking for different ways of investing? But is that what this is mostly about?
Yeah, I would say we're more of an orchestrator than a middleman. We certainly want to work the front end from an investment perspective and a financial perspective to make sure there's models where large utilities don't have to take this capital risk all on their balance sheet. So that's part of the problem we're solving. But we've also pulled together a team of experts that have built these projects recently in the United States and elsewhere, that we're building the best project management team around to be able to go and really help the utilities and partner through our consortium to drive down these costs quicker. What we've seen in the past, in the 70s and 80s, when these facilities were being built, every utility would go about this on their own, and they'd all want to do it a different way. So you never truly got to that nth of a kind cost. We believe by using our consortium of utilities, OEMs, hyperscalers, we can bring more power to this, and we can really use the rinse and repeat method to drive these costs down quicker.
No, I kind of understand the model. But let me just ask you then, who takes the capital risk and who actually takes the responsibility of making sure that it's a safe plant ultimately?
Yeah, so again, public-private partnerships. So we'll be working with the government on part of the capital risk. We'll also be focusing with our investors to take on that capital risk, so it's not put directly onto utilities or rate base, with more of a build transfer model, if you will. As far as who controls the safety, the licensee
hang on a
role.
second. So does that also mean that taxpayer risk? If the government's involved, it's also taxpayer risk, right? Potentially.
Yeah, it could be. Now, again, we'll release more information on the actual programs we're looking to use in the first quarter of next year, but I'll just leave it at public-private partnerships for now.
And then the safety aspect, go ahead.
Yeah, the safety aspect. So part of our consortium is going to be large utilities that have historically operated these facilities for years. They would be the licensee and the ultimate owner of these projects once the build is complete.
Is this a model, just 25 seconds, that really is for the U.S.? Or, I mean, where Europe and elsewhere outside the U.S. are already kind of all in on nuclear, is that part of it? And forgive me, I only got about 20 seconds here.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So we initially, we're building this company to help support the U.S. market, but we are receiving a lot of interest overseas with all of the new nuclear projects going on there, and there's a lot of help needed in those areas.
Interesting stuff. Stay in touch as you can share more with us. Joe Kletcha, Chief Nuclear Officer of the Nuclear Company. Coming up next, folks, we've got about 26 minutes left in the trade. We're going to drive to the close. Do not go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks lower across the board. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are in the red right now, with the Dow currently down 152 points. S&Ps are lower by 0.4%, and NASDAQ drops by 0.7%. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 4.25%. Gold is up 4%. Oil trading in the red, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 5.8%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were real estate and healthcare. Tech was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Disney and Nike, while Salesforce fell 3.5% and led to the downside. After earnings, Dell fell 12%, Autodesk dropped 9%, and wrapping things up, Procter & Gamble is down today, and it looks like it's going to break its longest winning streak since 2007. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And another story we're keeping an eye on, the New Jersey city of Hoboken says it suspended some services after it was the victim of a ransomware attack. To hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We've got just about 20 minutes left, just under, about 19 minutes left in today's trading session. Charlie breaking down the trade on this Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve. I'm looking at the major industry groups in the S&P 500, Tim, and you've got, most of them are down. Information technology, we talked about this, those big mega cap tech names, they are really the drag on the trade today as a group, down about 1.4%. Real estate's up about 0.7%.
Okay.
Your best performing major industry group in the S&P.
Okay, let's see what Kathy Entwistle is thinking about this. She's managing director at Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management. She joins us from Palm Beach, Florida. Kathy, happy Thanksgiving. How are you?
Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, thanks for coming back. Hey, we haven't had a chance to catch up with you since the election, so I just wanted to start there with politics. You are joining us from Palm Beach, Florida, so you're kind of close to the epicenter
Been
of
to
it
Mar-a-Lago lately? We're just wondering. Just kidding.
But I am wondering sort of how you're thinking, if you're thinking any differently, given what we saw earlier this month.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, history has shown that over long periods of time, the outcome of an election doesn't necessarily make an impact on the markets. But I do think that we have to think about regulations and certain changes that might be coming that will help move the markets a little bit more. And I think that's what we saw over the last couple of weeks. And what we're seeing in the last 6 hours or so is a little pause or a breather, because we've had quite a run up leading up to the election, and of course in the last couple of weeks as well.
All right. So, it's funny. We just come back from Schwab Impact 2024 out on the West Coast, which, cheap plug here, I'm just going to say our weekend show is all about it in conversations. It did feel like, Kathy, there's a little bit of a wait and see mode when it comes to tax policy, trade, tariffs. What ultimately was said on the campaign trail and what ultimately gets put into effect, because there's some things the president can do, there are some things you need Congress to do. So is it safe to say also just kind of wait and see? And I don't know, maybe it's 3 months into the new year, maybe it's 6 months, maybe it's 1 month. How are you kind of gaming it out?
Yeah, in terms of gaming it out, I think it is important to have clients start, if they have been sitting in cash, it is time to put some money to work. Days where we're getting a pause or a pullback are great times to do that. There are areas that we particularly like, areas that might be deregulated a little bit more, energy, financials. We're starting to see some bigger numbers hit those sectors. So I think getting clients comfortable with the idea that we have a long runway here, and we want to start getting them invested if they're not fully invested at this point. So again, some money on the sidelines for short-term needs, cash, liquid type investments. But then your longer-term goals, retirement and things like that, you need to be invested in equities, and then also in terms of the fixed income side, I still really like municipal bonds. I still think they're very valuable for our clients, and they're still pricing fairly well. It's still a buyer's opportunity.
Interesting. What about the cash on the sidelines right now? You mentioned it is time, if you do have cash, to actually move it in to start doing. I will tell you, Kathy, I keep getting emails from they're not money markets, but like the high yield savings accounts that I have like a teeny bit of money in.
Yeah.
And it's like your interest rate is changing. Your APR.
Do something, Tim.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, it's like we're paying you less to have the money in here.
Yeah.
The debate that Carol and I often have is like, okay, that's $7 trillion that's on the sidelines in money market funds. Where does it go? Does any of it go into the equity market? Does it all go into the bond market? Does it stay in cash? What happens to it?
I think it's probably a little bit of a split. So for those clients or people who are looking to get higher yields, you're seeing it already as they cut your higher rates are being down. So to start legging to start.
Hey, Kathy, hang on a second. We're going to try and clean up your line because it's a little bit not very clear. So we want to make sure we can hear you and our audience can. So we're going to reconnect with you, but we're going to come back. We're talking with Kathy Entwistle, Managing Director at Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management there in Florida.
I know what's going on.
What's going on?
Everybody's like YouTubing how to safely fry turkeys right now.
Have you ever done that?
My brother has. I've never fried a turkey. I have seen it happen on FaceTime.
We did it one year.
What'd you think?
Out in the back. It was fun. We did 2 turkeys.
I was going to ask, where do you do that? You have to have like a big old driveway to
We
do
did.
that.
I can't remember what we... Did we have like a fire pit or like of something that we did? And I can't remember how my husband did it, but we had one turkey on the inside and one because he wanted to try like a fried turkey.
What'd you think?
I don't remember.
They're very quick. It's quick.
Yeah, it's very quick.
Versus doing it in the oven?
I like it. I like the bird cooking all day. Sorry,
you do?
bird.
You like the smell?
Sorry, turkey. Yeah.
All right.
No pardon for me. No pardon for my turkey. Sorry. No, I love it. I love it cooking all day. It's in the fridge. It's the brine, it's in the bag, it sits for a long time.
Is it happening now? Is this what's happening at the Master household already? You're going to go home tonight and there's going to be like, is the bird in the oven yet? Or is that tomorrow?
No, that starts, I don't think it starts tomorrow. I think he takes it out in the morning and my daughter and my husband will do it. It's really good. What about you? Well, you just show up at...
Yeah, we're really lucky. We're going to some cousins. They're my mom's cousins. We're very close with them, kind of consider them like aunts and uncles. A lot of people going. A lot of little kids. We are in charge of bringing cheese.
Cheese.
Which is a really good, if you know me.
I hear there's a few cheese shops in Brooklyn.
If you know me, this is a good thing for me to bring because I love cheese.
Well, for those who don't know Tim well, although his desk often, there's like a clutter of cheese paraphernalia. Usually cheese that's already been eaten.
It's a great way to get protein.
I agree.
Fill you up. Anyway.
I agree.
Is Kathy back with us?
I don't know. Is Kathy back?
All right, she's not back, so I'm still going to talk about Thanksgiving.
All right. I have to say it's my favorite holiday. I don't know. I love it. I love food. I'm actually doing, just for those of you, if you haven't answered yet, I am doing a poll on your favorite pies. I try to do it every year, and I got to pull it up and just see what's trending in terms of, so favorite pie, apple, pecan, pumpkin, or other. Want to know what's top of the list? Do you like pies?
Pumpkin.
Do you like pies?
Pumpkin's the top of the list.
No, it's apple, 36%. That's their favorite pie.
Huh.
Yeah. Pumpkin, 30%. Hey, Kathy's back with us. Kathy Entwistle over at Morgan Stanley. Kathy, forgive the technical problems. Got about 45 seconds. Your parting thought as we get ready, just another month in or so, and we're done with 2024. How are you thinking about 2025?
Yes, I think it's time to think about that, to position properly. You want to be invested in equities. You want to take opportunities of pullbacks. We haven't had many lately, but take those opportunities to leg into the market. And in terms of the cash on the sidelines, if you don't need it for short term, you need to put that to work. I do think that will also drive the equity markets higher by having these people coming off the sidelines and into the market. So we'll also get some appreciation there as well.
All right, glad we could wrap up with you. Happy Thanksgiving. Kathy Entwistle, she's Managing Director at Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management, joining us on this Wednesday from Palm Beach, Florida. All right, folks, just got about 11 minutes left in today's trading session. We're hovering definitely well off our best levels of the session, off our lows as well, but what does it mean? We're down about 22 points on the S&P 500, so slightly lower, down about 183 points, or down almost 0.9% on the NASDAQ 100. So those big cap tech names, as we've been saying, it is the drag. Do not go anywhere. The closing bell coming your way in just a moment.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, 7 minutes to go. We're going to wrap up the Wednesday trade ahead of the Thanksgiving Day holiday. So we're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. We're feeling a little kooky, aren't we?
Yeah, I have a fun real estate story for you.
Oh, Ken Griffin?
Yeah. How'd you know I was going there?
Because we've been kind of obsessed, I feel like, in following this story for a while.
Yeah, there are only so many people in the Chicago area who can afford homes such as these. It turns out that J.B. Pritzker, billionaire, purchased the two ritzy condos his political nemesis Ken Griffin recently sold in Chicago. He's the governor of Illinois. He bought the top floor units at number 9 Walton. According to a person familiar, said Griffin sold the two properties in November for a combined $19 million, according to public records. Yeah. That's kind of funny, right?
Yeah.
It's like they're like publicly sparring, and then, yeah.
Well, a sale's a sale. But what's cool is, like, remember we talked about this story and just saying, okay.
Yeah, he's letting go, like Griffin's letting go of Chicago.
Yeah, but also, right, so many people buy homes, sell them, and they don't necessarily make money on them. Griffin sold one of the condos roughly 53% below what he originally paid, which says to me either you paid too much to begin with, or the market is just a different market now, and so you got to kind of let it go, and you're going to lose some money. Yeah.
You know, to Griffin, this is a statement that he said in November. To Griffin, the, quote, precipitous decline of the values of Chicago real estate represents just a small portion of the cost of us having elected poor political leaders.
Well, you know, but
think about what's crazy about that.
Which part?
Well, is he saying that one of those poor political leaders is J.B. Pritzker, whom he sold his condos to?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, listen, we could do, how much do we love talking with governors? How much do we love talking with mayors of cities? Because you get just a better idea and a snapshot of different economies, right? This subgroup of economies makes the U.S. economy overall. And there are a lot of cities that are struggling. Why are you laughing?
Because these two are just such nemesis. Listen to this. In 2020, Griffin donated about $50 million to torpedo a referendum backed by Pritzker on a new graduated income tax for high earners. In 2021, Griffin said it was a, quote, disgrace that Pritzker will not insert himself into the challenge of addressing crime in our city.
Pritzker then fired back, saying Griffin moved his financial empire headquarters from Chicago out of, quote, unquote, embarrassment after unsuccessfully spending $50 million trying to defeat him in the 2022 gubernatorial race. Pritzker wielded his own fortune into his two successful bids for governor. You know what I always say? It's always boys in a sandbox. They're just playing.
They're playing with a lot of money, though. The Pritzker family is one of the richest U.S. dynasties. They're worth more than $50 billion, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. Assets including the Hyatt Hotels. Griffin is worth $42.6 billion.
I don't know.
It's great. It's a great story.
It's a great story. It's why it's among the most read on the Bloomberg in the past 8 hours. Probably it's among the most read in the past 60 minutes.
Hey, listen. Do you think they showed up? They each showed up to closing and shook hands.
That's probably a no.
I would say that the lawyers probably.
Could you fix those fire alarms? There's some problems. Yeah.
Before I buy this, I just noted there was an issue with the backsplash at the kitchen sink.
Exactly. Could we do something about that?
We knock off.
Yeah, not going to happen, right?
100K or something.
A little cracked in the window pane. I think we need to fix that one. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Listen, this is, a snapshot into a certain part of the ultra high-end real estate market. But I think it's still interesting that he took a loss, like some of these properties, because the cities, they're changing.
Hey, I got a New Jersey story for you.
What?
Hoboken says it was the victim of a cyber attack, and some services have been suspended. Did you see this?
I did see that. I did. Online city services and street sweeping have been suspended. Municipal court will be closed Wednesday for all of you who are headed to municipal court. Listen, this is our new reality, right? We do these conferences where we talk about cybersecurity and hacking.
Isn't it interesting that street sweeping has been suspended as a result of a hack?
Well, it's a digital program somewhere.
Somewhere in there. There's I don't know where it is. I'm not going to pretend to understand.
I don't either. Government agencies have become a frequent target. You guys know this, of hacking groups. Baltimore, Dallas, Oakland among those that have been hit. So at Hoboken, just across the Hudson, it's a neighbor to where I live. So yeah, watching that. Do not go anywhere. We're wrapping up the Wednesday trade, heading over to our TV colleagues. The closing bout starting right now.
Of all your market action starts now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Scarlet Food, taking you through the Closing Bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Alex Steele has the day off as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, and our partnership with YouTube. And Carol, before we get started, I just want to reiterate some breaking news that just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. Microsoft has been sent a list of questions by the FTC, one of the main antitrust watchdogs here in the U.S., involving the company's software licensing, cybersecurity, and AI practices that did send the shares down to session lows.
Yeah, they say after more than a year of conducting informal interviews with competitors and business partners, antitrust enforcers have crafted a detailed request to force Microsoft to turn over information. According to those familiar, the demand, which is hundreds of pages long, has been sent to the company after FTC Chair Lena Khan signed off, said one of the individuals in the know. And as you said, shares of Microsoft, we know the big tech mega cap space has been lower today, but right now we've got Microsoft hovering near its lows of the session, down about 1.2%.
Yeah, those antitrust lawyers over at the FTC are set to meet with Microsoft competitors next week to actually get more information about the company's business practices. This is according to two other people familiar with the plans who, like the others, asked not to be named, discussing a confidential matter. Microsoft and the FTC did decline to comment.
The one weird thing about this, though, is I do wonder, why do something like this when basically everyone involved in sending this letter is probably not going to have a job in 2 months?
Just wondering the same thing.
That's a good question.
I don't know. I mean,
a message?
It could be performative. We were talking with one of the Bloomberg reporters, said that this investigation has been a long time coming, so maybe it just took some time to get to this point. Nevertheless, a lot of questions that need to be answered as we get the closing bells here on this Wednesday afternoon. Light trading ahead of the Thanksgiving Day holiday with the Salvation Army, good for them, ringing the bell over at the NYSE. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by more than 100 points, or about 0.3%. The S&P down about 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite is going to close out the day lower by 0.6%. You see the theme going here. The one indice that is trying to buck that, that's the Russell 2000, actually going to finish the day slightly in the green, higher by 2 points, or just about 0.1%.
Yeah, that Russell continuing to outperform the S&P 500 since the election. In terms of the S&P 500, though, the big caps, kind of an even split, Scarlett. 269 names actually gaining ground on this Wednesday. 231 to the downside, 3 unchanged.
Yeah, but more sectors are in the red than in the green. We're going to start with tech, of course, the biggest decliner among industry groups, losing 1.2%. And that, of course, is a huge slice of the pie because of its weighting. Consumer discretionary also lower by 0.7%. And industrial. So some of those cyclicals coming into play as well. On the flip side, real estate investment trusts, healthcare, and financials are doing better. So even as people have been rotating into cyclicals, they're certainly discerning between the different sectors within the cyclical group.
All right, guys, maybe I had too much time on my hand, but my list of gainers today, an homage to the one and only and always dapperly dressed Romaine Bostic, because the list is like a shopping day for him. So we're going to start with Urban Outfitters.
You shop at Urban Outfitters?
I'd like to see Romaine.
Yeah, I'll plead the
Urban Outfitters.
All right, well, we're going to start there. That stock's up 18%.
I did go in there once.
There you go.
Maybe even twice, perhaps.
Yeah, I felt old.
All right. Well, you kind of are old, but all right. No, I'm just kidding. No, seasoned is what I would say. Urban Outfitters up 18%, up the most intraday in more than 4 years. Really a big pop here. Home to Anthropologies, Urban Outfitters, Free People, Newly Brands reported stronger than expected sales growth in the third quarter, led by their Anthropology brand. It suggests that Urban Outfitters may be faring better than some of the other apparel retailers.
Oh wait, I've been to Anthropology. I forgot. Yeah.
I know, that's a really
I actually liked some. I got a couple of pieces of furniture from them.
See?
Yeah,
okay.
And one of those frilly dresses.
You know, I could see that. No, maybe not. But there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just going to say. Anyway, so upbeat in that one. All right, let's continue with the Romaine shopping trip, because maybe we stop at Ulta Beauty, because that one also up about 4% in today's session. D.A. Davidson saying that competitive pressures on the cosmetics retailer are, quote, showing some signs of alleviation. Apparently there's been some concern a little bit more generally in the space. The analyst there notes that slowing industry trends and competition have weighed on Ulta's comparable sales. So maybe they're not. We shouldn't be so worried is basically the message. And then as we finish up the shopping trip for Romaine, Foot Locker up 3.4% today. Williams Trading raised the company to hold from sell, saying that its improved assortment of products from brands like New Balance and others offering to maybe do enough to offset diminishing Nike allocations in the near term. So anyway, those were your 3 gainers.
Okay, I got the decliners. The theme around my decliners, not about shopping, it's about earnings. That's why they're all moving. Starting with shares of Dell, down more than 12% today. This after the company reported revenue in the most recent quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. We also saw HP Inc. report quarterly financial results indicating that a recovery of the PC market is stalling. We talked to Woo Jin Ho over at Bloomberg Intelligence, and I asked him, hey, isn't Dell an AI play these days? And he said, yeah, he's kind of scratching his head as to why investors are overlooking the AI momentum that we learned from Dell yesterday. The stock's done really well so far year to date, but this today down more than 12%. CrowdStrike fell after the company issued a weaker than expected earnings forecast. Investors were disappointed because they've been watching for signs that it's recovered from that flawed update that crashed computers around the world. Do you remember what happened over the summer? Millions of devices operating on Windows crashed as a result of that flawed CrowdStrike update. Remember what happened over at Delta. The company did post signs 3 months ago that beat expectations, a sign that investors took to mean that the IT outage that was global in nature would not significantly affect its finances. CrowdStrike shares fell by about 4.6% today. And finally, Nordstrom shares falling on third quarter results. The company did raise the lower end of its annual sales guidance after its off-price and flagship chains reported quarterly sales growth that was better than expected. Shares down today by about a little over 8%, Romain.
Yeah, interesting. I was kind of curious about why we saw such a big move lower on Dell, down 12%.
Yeah.
On the day. Yeah, it kind of had me scratching my head as well, but maybe the way that it run up contributed partly to that. Let's check in on the yield space here. A somewhat muted day there with yields moving lower across the curve, roughly down about 3 to 4 basis points on the 2-year curve. Your benchmark 10-year yield moving down by about 6 basis points and 5 basis points on the 30-year yield here. But then when you look at the yield curve in totality, the 210s, pretty much where we've been now for the last couple of days. 210s right now sitting right around about 2.3 and with a positive sign.
All right, so as we get ready for the Thanksgiving holiday, folks, certainly here in the New York metro area, get ready for a wet one. The Thanksgiving Day parade is going to be maybe a little messy this year. I know. It's I've been.
That's our tradition every year. We go out every morning.
Do you really?
Yeah, we get up early and go out there. We go rain or shine, by the way. So
now you need to bring your umbrellas and your raincoats.
Yeah. There's like this fast-moving storm along the Northeast, and so they're saying northern New Jersey, you're looking for maybe an inch of rain. New York, Boston, early Thursday morning, and then
so this is real rain. This isn't just a drizzle.
This isn't just a drizzle.
But we need it, though.
Well, maybe it'll thin out the crowds.
We need it. We need the rain here. 97% of the Northeast has been abnormally dry. More than half of it is actually in drought. So the storm that we could get tomorrow should tamp down the risk of those brush fires that we've seen over the last month that could ease pressure on the upstate reservoirs that provide New York City with drinking water. I can't believe we're actually talking about this in the Northeast. Like, I'm from California. Drought, is a fact of life. But yeah, this is not great here.
Yeah, riveting. What's your favorite balloon, Tim?
What's my favorite what?
What's your favorite balloon?
Balloon?
Yeah.
A Bluey balloon. It has to be Bluey. Is there a Bluey balloon?
Yes. Yes, he was there last year.
Okay, yeah, Bluey.
What's your favorite? Have you never taken the kids to the...
Carol, this is like they're not gonna. I'm not gonna introduce them to.
Right now they're blowing up balloons. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Tim's like, they don't need to know about this.
They don't need to know about this?
It's like Disneyland. They don't need to know about it.
They don't need to know it exists until they do.
I'm going to write them a
It's a need-to-know basis with this stuff, okay?
Interesting.
Yeah.
You parent your way.
Tim, driving his kids of joy and fun.
You do you, Tim.
Yep.
Exactly.
That's how we roll.
There's something else this Thanksgiving which is curious, which we've talked about this a number of times. Turkey prices are lower. Yeah. They're the same where they're lower, and Stu Leonard's was telling us this yesterday. But what's interesting as well is that...
he told us about a lot of his deals.
Yes, he did. But the supply of turkey is also lower, too.
You had fun. It looks like you guys had fun.
It was a lot of fun. He was very proud of the romaine lettuce in particular.
Of course.
Selling out.
Yes, exactly. No, but with lower turkey prices, there's also lower supply. So usually it doesn't work like that, right? I mean, usually when there's lower supply, the turkey prices go up. But all it does is really show that there's not a whole lot of demand for turkeys this holiday. Are people eating something else?
But isn't that like, I feel like we have this conversation every year. It's like, who buys a whole turkey, any other time other than what? Thanksgiving, Christmas, maybe Easter.
That's kind of a hot take, right?
There should be higher prices for turkey given that supplies are tight.
I thought Stu's thing was right. He talks about the idea of where the aggregate demand is, and the idea here is that those prices don't fluctuate as much. And also they were saying that the producers have a lot more time to react to their own cost pressures because it is a bit more of a seasonal item.
Well, I was asking the question because we often have hot pot or shabu shabu instead of turkey for Thanksgiving. We just don't even do the turkey thing.
That sounds great. I'm coming over.
Sacrilegious.
Wow. No, you gotta do turkey.
Coming over.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, now we do both. Now we do turkey
Eat a
and hot pot,
leg,
so.
gotta be able to eat it the next morning. Like,
I'm with you.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Constant
All right.
eating on Friday,
Tradition.
right?
So Scarlett and Tim, you do you.
I know, yeah.
Wayne and
They're
I will
definitely
do us.
non-traditionalists when it comes to the holiday, but you know, it's fine. It's America.
All right, guys.
The parade doesn't exist, you know. We don't eat turkey.
Leftovers are my favorite. That's like my favorite thing. Have a good and safe weekend, everybody, and be careful with the
You
weather
too.
out there. Happy Thanksgiving. Much love, much love. Some of us are going to be here on Friday. Some of us will not. So we'll be back, though, again, I think, as a team.
Monday, let's say Monday.
On Monday.
Yeah.
Let's get back. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining us on The Closing Bell.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenevec. A little quiz, Carol. What do Outside Magazine, the legendary Warren Miller film tour, the Map My Fitness suite of apps, yes, that includes Map My Ride, Map My Run, etc.
This is something you know a lot about.
The event registration platform Athlete Reg and the mountain biking site Pink Bike all have in common?
I don't know.
All right. Well,
this is why I have you.
Yeah, here's the answer. They're just a handful of the more than 24 brands under the umbrella of the outdoor media company Outside Interactive.
It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, there's 25 brands there.
Yeah.
Some of them that are like legacy companies.
Right.
Some digital-only companies. Really runs the gamut. Robin Thurston is the founder and CEO. He's been trying to build the antidote to legacy in social media. He joins us from Boulder, Colorado, which I think makes a lot of sense, given the space that he's in.
Totally.
Second day in a row, we've had someone from Boulder on the program, too, by the way. I am keeping track. Robin, welcome. Before we get to what you're doing over at Outside Interactive, let's get more of your story, because you created Map My Fitness and sold it to Under Armour a bit more than a decade ago for $150 million. Then earlier this year, you bought it back from Under Armour. A lot happened in between. Give us the story there.
Yeah, I've been certainly in this space for a very long time. I actually grew up as a bike racer, so even in the early 80s, I've been in and around the outdoor space. But what happened with MapMy is, we had a really good run and stewardship from Under Armour for a decade, and a couple of years ago, they sold another company we bought while I was there called MyFitnessPal, and I just kind of kept knocking at the door and saying, like, depending on what you do with it, I'd love to have an opportunity to buy it back. And that opportunity came up at the beginning of this year, and we pursued that, with them, and found a good path to getting it back and not only rebranding it to the original Map My brands, but, having it underneath the Outside portfolio and starting to really deeply integrate it. So really exciting for me to have it back. And my co-founder, Kevin Callahan, was already working at Outside, so he's now helping me run MapMy again. So he was one of the original co-founders of MapMy, and so it's kind of like the whole family's back together.
Is there like an anchor brand in the umbrella here? Is it MapMy? This was a relatively new addition to the portfolio, but is this like the anchor now?
If I think about our biggest products, most recognized products, Outside Magazine, Outside Television clearly are anchors. I mean, we actually, when we bought them, we renamed the company Outside Interactive because it's the best brand in the category. Pink Bike is an absolute enormous site globally in the mountain bike community.
It's been around forever. I mean, since basically when I started mountain biking.
Yeah, I mean, 25 years. We bought it in 2021. So Pink Bike and Outside. But on the mapping side, no question, MapMy is our biggest asset now. We own Trailforks and Gaia GPS as well. And now we're the number 2 player in the mapping space with, nearly 100 million users in mapping and over 100 million users total for the Outside platform. So
I don't like to use the term synergies because I think it's kind of like a throwaway word. But when you're talking about, a portfolio like this, there are certain synergies. I couldn't help but notice I registered for a cyclocross race a few months ago, Carol.
Yeah.
Bike Reg is the company that for more than a decade I've been using. You guys now own it, Robin, I've realized. Yeah. I got this week an Outside magazine in the mail. Did I get that?
Yeah.
Did I get that because I registered for my cross race on Bike Reg?
It's possible, or it could have been part of, if you are a member or have, historically signed into Pink Bike or Trail Forks or one of the other platforms, it's possible it was from one of those. Without looking at your user account, which I don't do, unless we're friends on the platform. I wouldn't know unless we had client service look into it. But, the idea is, yes, those synergies exist so that we can cross-pollinate and really, single sign-on now, the entire platform. You use one login. We have one membership layer called Outside Plus that is, over $300 of value that we sell at $90 a year, that really gives you premium access to all of the pieces. And so the goal really was creating more of a first-party data platform that really, knows, when you switch, let's just say you're a skier and you're skiing in the winter, you're using Ski Magazine, you're using Gaia for the trail maps and things like that. And then all of a sudden you switch to mountain biking in the summer. Now we have a good idea about that in the ecosystem, and that allows us to serve, the best content and services to you kind of in real time and make suggestions so that you ultimately spend more time outdoors.
So go to your website, 25 brands, 80 million and counting monthly reach, 28 million plus social followers, 200 plus employees. So, Robin, how do you think about your
400 employees.
Oh, sorry.
Probably outdated.
Oh, okay. Forgive
400.
me. All right, you got to talk to your website people. But I understand, like things are moving fast. So how do you see you guys? Are you a content company? Is it about data, like getting a very niche population and a data set around them that's certainly going to be of interest to other people who will pay for that? Is it about marketing? Is it about advertising? Like, what is it?
Well, I think the way we describe it, Carol, is that essentially first we want to inspire you through content. So the content piece is really important, and that could be video content. We have a 24/7 TV channel on both fast and linear still. That could be through any one of the brands from a content perspective in writing or audio, like the Outside Podcast. So once you get inspired, then we want to basically shift you into activation. So, you gave a good example of Bike Reg. We want to suggest events that you could go do and then get you registered for those events. Or we want to suggest trails that you could go do and have you go do those, and then ultimately celebrate that. And celebration could come in the form of, recording and seeing what you did at the finish. It could be sharing it with friends and having those people celebrate that. And what we ultimately think about that journey is that if we can successfully navigate you through that you kind of keep going back for more. So the metric that I use often, our goal, to be clear, is we want you to spend more time outdoors. Never in human history have people spent as much time indoors. And we know screens are bad for people. We know that there is a mental health crisis. And, my view is that the outdoors solves that. And so our goal through that journey is to get you to do those things and ultimately activate and spend more time outdoors.
Look, I think everybody agrees that we all need to be spending more time outdoors. I think about what you're saying, Robin, and Strava just keeps coming to mind. When are you guys going to buy Strava?
Look, we're partners with them. Certainly there's interactivity between our platform and their platform. What I would say is, who knows? I mean, I think there's still going to be a lot of consolidation in the industry. I mean, we're still acquisitive. I know others are in the space. My view is that they have a good product. It's pretty narrow in my mind to outdoor categories. Like, if you think about something like MapMyFitness, it records over 450 different activity types. Strava, I think, has 40 activity types they record in, and it's frankly, I'd say, very concentrated in cycling and running. So who knows what will happen in the future? Our view is that your data, so you as an individual user, you own your data, and you should be able to do whatever you want with it. There are certainly some people in the industry that are trying to create more closed environments, and I would say we're very much pushing for an open environment.
All right, so was that on Strava?
tricky question. Maybe I'll leave it with that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Robin, thanks so much.
Hey, we're gonna do more with Robin.
Oh, we are going to.
Yeah,
That's right.
sit tight.
Sorry.
Sit tight, Robin.
I'm already thinking about turkey, and
Carol wants
and
to
not
go,
working out or not going outside.
Carol
just
wants to
staying
get
inside.
outside. No, she wants to get outside. Hey, we're speaking with Robin Thurston. He's going to be joining us a little bit later too. Sit tight. More when we come back with Robin Thurston, founder and CEO over at Outside Interactive.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Federal Trade Commission has opened an antitrust investigation into Microsoft. Sources say those investigators are drilling into everything from the company's cloud computing and software licensing businesses to cybersecurity offerings and AI products. Sources tell Bloomberg after more than a year of conducting informal interviews with competitors and business partners, antitrust officers have crafted a detailed request to force Microsoft to turn over information. Stocks lower today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all ending a holiday-shortened week in the red. S&P today down 22 points at 59.98, drop there of 0.4%, retreating from yesterday's record. The Dow down 138, down 0.3%. NASDAQ lower by 0.6%. On a down day for the rest of the market, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares did advance by about 0.1%. 10-year 4.24%, the 2-year 4.21%. Gold up 0.1%, 26.36 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude just about flat on the day, down 2 cents, 68.75 a barrel. Bitcoin 96,507 up today by 5.3%. The New Jersey city of Hoboken says it has suspended some services after it was the victim of a ransomware attack. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for that update. Do appreciate it. I want to get right back to Robin Thurston, the founder and CEO of Outside Interactive. He's also the guy who created and then sold to Under Armour the Map My suite of apps. He joins us once again from Boulder, Colorado. Robin, and we got a good bit of time left with you. There's a lot we want to cover, including the revenue model at the new-ish business. New-ish, I say. You've been there for a few years at this point now. But also go back in time a little bit and talk a little bit more about Under Armour and about MapMy. Just because you did end up joining after you sold the company a little over a decade ago to Under Armour. You were there for a couple years, then you left and went off and did your own thing for a few years. What was it like watching them have the product as an outsider and then being an insider once again?
You know, I would say after I left, I was there about 3 years after they acquired us, and we acquired, you know, a number of other companies to put into what was called Connected Fitness. When I left, I think, you know, I had this sort of bigger vision for, you know, more and more content around the subscription. And obviously at the time, the business had some challenges. And so, you know, I decided it was, you know, better to move on. I would say for the first couple of years after I left, I want to say I disconnected a little bit. Like I tried not to maybe overthink the fact I'd made a decision. I knew I'd sold the business and, you know, it was no longer in my hands. I would say as they started to, you know, sell off assets, I started looking at a lot more, obviously continuing engaging with it, checking the product, you know, sort of reliability of the product, you know, and that's one of the reasons I was so excited to get it back because, you know, they had stewarded it well. It was, you know, 4.9 stars in the App Store for Map My Run and Map My Ride and Map My Walk. And so, you know, I knew it was still in decent shape and growing. From a user base perspective, I mean, when I sold it to Under Armour in 2013, it was 20 million users, and when we just bought it back, it was 85 million users. So, you know, they definitely had grown it. It's still growing organically very nicely. This is part of the benefit of being, you know, Map My Run and Map My Ride were in the first 100 apps in the App Store in July of 2008, and so, you know, it's still benefiting from that. It's still the way the algorithms work. It still has a lot of organic traffic globally and a lot of usage in the app every month. And so, you know, I think I'm real, like we're relaunching right now challenges, branded challenges. So we'll have a lot of brands on the platform, you know, doing branded challenges this year in 2025. And we have advertising that's being turned back on for free users, you know, and start to monetize it again and really get it back to the point of it being a very robust, you know, not only monetization platform, but certainly developing new features. As you all know, in the finance world, if you're able to generate revenue, it's easier to build new features for users.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that is true. Hey, why do you think, you know, there was a really interesting moment with apparel companies and digital. You know, Nike had its Fuel Band. You mentioned Under Armour and Connected Fitness. Why do you think the apparel companies weren't able to make it work?
You know, I think Nike is still doing a good job with, you know, I mean, obviously it's less of a focus than maybe it was, but, you know, obviously as they have to go and improve and go back out into distribution, I think Adidas and Runtastic and some of their digital products is, you know, a good complement. ASICS owns Runkeeper, which was also one of the first early apps in the store when we were there. You know, I think a little bit of it is just like, you know, mixing, you know, I call pure digital companies with, you know, really shirts and shoes companies, and kind of like what that means. I mean, I think the most interesting thing about digital products is like, it's not a one and done, you know, like when you think about an app, like you have to keep investing And, you know, I think as maybe some of the founders left these companies and there were changes, you know, maybe they didn't have the same vision for what it could do for whether it be their e-commerce businesses or, you know, how it touches the customer. You know, so I think it lost a little focus, and certainly as those companies had their own challenges. I mean, even look at Lululemon sold Mirror, or sorry, shut down Mirror, which was a $500 million investment, right? It was a big number, right? So, you know, I think a little bit of it's that mixing of, you know, what I call pure digital and sort of app ecosystems with, you know, basically apparel and footwear.
Silly question for you, Robin, but we're Bloomberg and we are always curious, how do you make money? Are you profitable? Tell us about kind of the metrics of the business to understand, you know, or help us better understand the viability going forward. And is it all a lot largely based on advertising and marketing?
Yeah, I think what's interesting about this business specifically, and I would say this was sort of a goal from the onset, was that when we acquired these businesses, they, like, even the mapping tools like Gaia and Trailforks were relatively, you know, they had very small subscriber bases and were not that focused on monetization. They were more focused on user growth. And like with the media businesses, they were 100% advertising. Like they didn't have first party login. They didn't have any personalization. They didn't have a membership tied to the digital piece. So when we bought these businesses a little, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, you know, we did 23 acquisitions during COVID. You know, they were mostly advertising. And today we're now at this point, we are 50%, you know, ARR subscription or sort of SaaS businesses with things like Bike Reg. And, you know, now, and only 50% of the business is advertising. So we continue to diversify.
ARR meaning annual recurring revenue, right? I just want to make sure. Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
Annual recurring revenue. My apologies to the audience.
It's okay.
You know, so these are subscription-based businesses, and we're really relying on that for the growth of the business. And so we need the support of the community and the users to buy those memberships, because that is how we're going to develop more and more features for them. We're relying less and less on advertising, although it's an very important part of our business, and we have incredibly important partners. Like I just got back from the Land Rover Defender Awards out in California.
Yeah,
Land Rover is an incredible partner for us. Same with Toyota. We have a number of autos, CPG companies. But that's the other thing that's happened with us, is the advertising changed from largely endemic categories, so people like North Face and Patagonia and others, and those are still partners of ours. Now 50% of the advertising business is non-endemic. It's big autos and other partners because we have scale.
Okay, so are you profitable? Are you growing the top? What can you share with us about the business metrics?
I'll share top level with you. We're over 100 million in revenue, and you know, we continue to believe that, you know, we can eventually take the company public, and that, you know, we can do that both organically and from a organic growth as well as inorganic growth.
So what kind of business is this? 100 million in revenue today. Is this multi-billions of dollars? Like, how do you think about the trajectory here?
Well, I think, you know, one thing that you said, Carol, is like some people do perceive this as niche. I perceive outside very much as general wellness, and that everybody needs something in our ecosystem from a wellness perspective. And so, you know, the addressable market for that, in my mind, is billions of people. You know, today we touch about 300 million unique people annually through all the distribution channels and all the services. You know, my view is that, you know, in the future, we should be able to convert something on the magnitude of, you know, 1 to 5% of those people annually into membership. And so, you know, you talk about a 10+ million member business. I mean, that's a big multi-billion-dollar company.
Is it sticky for you, Tim Stenovic?
Oh, Bike Reg, yeah.
Totally, right?
Bike Reg is like, yeah. If you're gonna race in a bike race, like a cyclocross race in the Northeast, and I assume it's like this all over for USA cycling events, Bike Reg is the only place to do it.
Okay, so
and it is a great product. It's easy to use, and it saves my information, and it shows me the races that are close.
Yeah.
I just need it to include childcare, which it doesn't do yet. So I would appreciate that, Robin.
There's a new revenue stream, Robin.
So if you can make the little kids cross race, you know, needs, you know, You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. I got 3 kids.
Yeah, so I'm wondering about other areas of business that you want to get into. If like these 25 brands, you said you're still acquisitive, but is there an area that you're not playing in right now that you want to play in?
You know, I think the areas, I mean, you know, one area on our ad business that's our second largest ad business is travel. So we work with a lot of travel companies. I mean, one of the things people come to Outside for is like what to go do, right? Like whether that's an event or that's a place to go. I mean, we write 2,000 plus pieces a year of content that are related to like, you know, roundups of like top 10 hikes in North America, top 10 surf towns, top 10, you know, kayaking places to go, you know, things like that. And so travel's a really big part of our business. And I think travel's an area where I think we can, you know, if you think about Bike Reg, I think travel is an area where we can do a lot more for the customer. I think we can help in that journey.
So akin to like Expedia or an Airbnb or like where can
It's different. It's different because a lot of those companies do not focus on, you know, what I'd call the sort of the details around, like think about a ski vacation, Carol, like you're not just interested in the hotel you're going to stay in or the flight. You're interested in the ski instructor, the ski rentals, the ski passes, like, you know, the runs, like what, you know, when you're going to ski. So like, I think in adventure travel, what's different is the details. Like if you know, I'm using an example, if you were going to go, let's say you were going to go do a bike race, but you didn't want to take your bike, where do you rent the bike? Where, what's the best place to stay?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think that's what's really different about what, you know, the opportunity is for Outside and travel is that we can really get into the details.
All I know is we're ready, right?
For what? I'm ready to get back to Boulder, rent my gravel bike at Full Cycle and do a ride up Gold Hill. That's what I'm ready to do.
This is a man who's done this.
Anytime you want. Anytime you want. You know what? You let me know when you're coming out. I'll take you up to Gold Hill.
Sounds good. I really appreciate it, Robin. Nice to check in with you. Robin Thurston, founder and CEO of Outside Interactive. They've got the Map My suite of apps. They got Warren Miller Film Tour. They've got Outside Magazine. That's just a couple.
Love it. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Federal Trade Commission has opened an antitrust investigation of Microsoft, drilling into everything from the company's cloud computing and software licensing businesses to cybersecurity offerings and AI products. We'll have more on the story coming up in a moment when we speak with our antitrust reporter, Josh Cisco, here on Bloomberg Business Week. A sell-off in giant tech companies dragged down stocks today, while the latest economic data gave support to the Fed's cautious stance on rate cuts. Equities halted a 7-day rally. S&P down 22, retreating from yesterday's record, heading into Thanksgiving at 59.98, down 0.4%. The Dow down 138, down 0.3. NASDAQ down 115, down 0.6%. 10-year 4.25%, the 2-year 4.22%. Gold up 0.1%, 26.35 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 68.78 a barrel, little change. Bitcoin today up 5.2%, 96,457. Hoboken, New Jersey said it has suspended some services after it was the victim of a ransomware attack. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power, or I should say Bloomberg Business Week, continues now on Bloomberg Radio.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenovic. Hey, we want to get to a breaking story. It's also a Bloomberg exclusive. It broke just before markets closed, 3:58. Bloomberg News exclusively reporting on the FTC demanding information on a range of Microsoft's business lines and a significant increase in regulatory scrutiny. The probe has significant implications for the company and is one of the boldest moves by FTC head Lina Khan.
Listen, what's interesting is, I guess for me, as I read through this story, this Bloomberg exclusive by our team, it's more than a year of conducting informal interviews with competitors, also business partners. And so antitrust enforcers have apparently crafted a very detailed request to force Microsoft to turn over information, according to people familiar with the matter. That demand, which is hundreds of pages long, has been sent to the company after FTC Chair Lina Khan signed off, according to one of those in the know. All right, so let's get more on what this means as we try to figure it out on this Wednesday before Thanksgiving. We should point out Microsoft shares.
Talk about a news drop, right?
What?
Talk about a news drop.
Yeah,
a news dump.
Kind of interesting, the timing. Microsoft finishing just off its lows today, but still down about 1.2%. Bloomberg News antitrust reporter Josh Cisco is joining us now from San Francisco. Josh, what do we know here about this?
So thanks for having me. So this is kind of the first official step in what will be a very long process. They've been working up to this for about a year, doing sort of informal information requests and interviews, and now this is the first time they've compelled Microsoft to turn over what will end up being a tremendous amount of information.
Hey, Josh, what's surprising to me, and Romain mentioned this when we were in our simulcast, I had the same thought. Why is this happening now when we're just months away from an entirely new administration? Who knows if FTC Chair Lina Khan is even going to be there after January 20th?
I mean, she's almost certainly not, but they still have work to do, and this is something that's been in the works for more than a year. And stuff takes a long time. It's a very complicated set of issues, and I think they're trying to get as much done as they can in the time that they have.
Are they able to lay the groundwork with an investigation like this to continue in a new presidential administration? Or over at a change in administrations, do we see this stuff go away? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? I mean, there isn't a ton of stuff that they can do in order to sort of bulletproof this. A new administration could, especially with an early stage confidential investigation, a new administration could very easily just slow it down. There's a lot of ways they could do that. They could take staffing off of it. They could take other resources off of it. So there isn't a ton that they could do, but by having started this and have already, put in a tremendous amount of work, it would be it wouldn't be the easiest thing for a new administration just to come in and kill this off.
No, totally get that, Josh. One thing, though, is, right, you open up the door. It's out there in the narrative, right? It's out there. We're talking about it. There's a big story that you guys put out about it. So even if it doesn't necessarily potentially go out there, it is something that is now kind of out there for public consumption.
Exactly. And I think that's a key part of this that people know about. People know that this is happening, and people, once that sort of knowledge is out there, it's harder to walk things back. And I mean, there's a lot of companies that have an interest in seeing this move forward. And so I think that we will, this is not going to be the last of it.
We saw a market reaction from this. It came, just before the market closed. I mean, and look, you guys had the exclusive on this, so we don't have a ton yet, but are we starting to see analyst notes on implications of something like this?
I haven't seen an analyst note yet, but I do think that, just from how these things tend to play out, regardless of who the companies involved are, I mean, they're pretty time-consuming, resource-intensive investigations for companies to respond to. And I mean, something like this will sort of poke around all of Microsoft's business. And so it's not insignificant. It's going to be a big deal for the company to respond to.
I always think about some of the other kind of past litigation involving Microsoft, years ago. It took forever. Like, these things,
it's like
long and winding
generational,
road.
right?
It's a long and winding
it's easy,
road.
Bill Gates
right?
leave as CEO.
They move very, very slowly. It moves very slowly.
All right, so more to come, no doubt about it. Glad we could check in with you, though. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg News antitrust reporter Josh Sisko joining us right there in San Francisco. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic right here in our Interactive Brokers studio.
Okay, so it's Thanksgiving, but it's also about this time that people start to think about their goals for the forthcoming year. In 2024, about 30% of Americans said they made at least one New Year's resolution. This is according to a survey from the Pew Research Center. Well, we all know that just because you set a goal doesn't mean you stick to it. A month into the new year, more than a quarter of people who made at least one New Year's resolution say that they've only kept some of them, while 13% say they didn't keep any of their resolution. This is also according to Pew. They did this at the end of January.
It's kind of depressing, right?
That's how it went for 2024, yeah.
It's hard to do this stuff. We have a next guest, though, who is into looking at kind of how you achieve goals and says that there's actually a science to settling and achieving those goals. She's Caroline Adams Miller. She's a psychologist and executive coach, author of many books, including her most recent, Big Goals, The Science of Setting Them, Achieving Them, and Creating Your Best Life. She joins us from Delaware. All right, Caroline, help us. How can we set big goals? How can we get there? How can we create a really good life and have balance and enjoy the journey?
Well, it's so interesting. First of all, hello, I'm not a psychologist. I have to say I'm an applied positive psychologist, so it's a protected term. I want to be really careful about that. But thank you for having me, because goal setting is a huge topic. And of all places, I learned about the science of goal setting when I went back to school at midlife, went to the University of Pennsylvania in their first ever Masters of Applied Positive Psychology program, the Science of Happiness. And that's where I learned for the first time, after thinking I understood goal setting, I learned for the first time there is a science. It's the #1 ranked theory in management. It's called goal setting theory. It's by Locke and Latham. And my capstone that year was about the connection between the science of goal setting and the science of happiness, because we now know that not only is there a science to goal setting that is kind of stuck in academia that the mass market needs, but all success and all goals across all sectors of life is preceded by being happy first. And so you can't talk about goal setting without also talking about the science of emotional flourishing. So I connected those in my book, Creating Your Best Life, came out 15 years ago. But this year, right now, I'm completely committed to bringing the science, Locke and Latham's science of goal setting, to the world in the book Big Goals, because we really need it. We're still running on fumes, zombie theories like SMART goals or the law of attraction, just a bunch of urban legends. And we need the science And it's just like after the bubonic plague in the Middle Ages, we have
Right.
to go evidence-based in everything if we're going to survive and thrive.
All right, sit tight for a second. We've got to do a little bit of a news update, but we're going to come back and continue because I do want to get into that science of goal setting. Caroline Adams-Miller, we're talking about her book, Big Goals, the Science of Setting Them, Achieving Them, and Creating Your Best Life. She continues with us in just a moment.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, we're back here on Bloomberg Business Week talking with Caroline Adams-Miller. Her new book, Big Goals, the Science of Setting Them, Achieving Them, and Creating Your Best Life. All right, listen, I can go to a Barnes & Noble and there's lots of self-help books. So tell me about this one. You talk about the science of goal setting. Tell me what we need to do so that we can kind of actually get to that place we want to be and be super happy.
Sure. Well, there are a lot of books on goal setting. It's a very evergreen topic, but to my great surprise, most people do not know there's a science to it. So that's where my book is really different. And it's goal setting theory, Locke and Latham. I've added on 6 steps on top of that, the bridge methodology. It's in the business section. I just went into Barnes & Noble the other day, so it's not in self-help, but we all set goals. The thing is, we assume we know how to do it because we're all so busy doing different things in our lives. So the science is very simple. And what Locke and Latham found in this #1 ranked management theory of 73 theories never had a replication crisis. That goals are divided into 2 buckets. Start there. A learning goal is when you're adding skills or knowledge in order to be able to accomplish that goal. And then performance goals are like checklists and recipes. You've done it before. You know what it takes to be excellent. The problem is too many people skip the learning part, go immediately to thinking they have to come up with a great outcome soon. Maybe it's expected of them. But when you mix them up, you get the greatest business disasters in history. And I'll just name a few. Ocean Gate's Titan submersible. They had a learning goal to create this thing, but they turned it into a performance goal to make money. Boeing 737 MAX, same thing. The Ford Pinto, same thing. Never skip the learning process, because that's when people are curious and engaged and getting it right before they're trying to have a specific outcome. So that's step number one when you're pursuing goals. Know the science.
Do you see any of those? Those are the results. Like we can say in hindsight, yes, the 737 MAX disaster, the Titan submersible, Ford Pinto. Do you see any of this happening in real time right now when you look across the business landscape, where this is just
everywhere.
playing out? What's an example?
Well, I coach CEOs all over the world. I coach them in space and technology and artificial intelligence. And many of them have, let's say, investors and boards of directors who are insisting that they 3X or 5X or 10X their results in a year or 2 years or 3 years to get their money back. And I'm constantly explaining to boards of directors and CEOs what got you here may not get you there. You have to understand goal setting theory, because if you know it, you set goals correctly. They are well formed from the outset, and then it can cascade down. So you cannot skip the learning step. When you do, you get people cutting corners. You get something I call faux grit, you know, where you're faking the fact that you've done something hard. So it's everywhere. Truly, it's everywhere. This is not an isolated problem.
What? I think I did that on group projects in college a little bit.
Faux grit.
I spent so much time working on this, guys.
Yeah.
Well, does it have to be hard to be productive and good?
No.
Okay.
It does not. But what Locke and Latham said is that if you're looking for the best possible outcome, you want to be challenging and specific. So I always illustrate it by putting my hand out and past your fingertips. The problem is I raised my 3 great adult children during the self-esteem parenting movement, where we watered down the grades and everyone was a winner and you couldn't play tag.
Can I just tell you, I hate that. Not everybody should get a trophy.
Have we moved beyond that?
So
Have we moved beyond that?
I don't know. I mean, inching that way. I'm not going to say yes, because the average grade where I went to college, Harvard, is an A-, and I can tell you, I didn't do nothing but A- work there, and neither did my friends. So the grade inflation has taken away the specialness of doing great work. So consequently, the millennials and sometimes Gen X, they get into the workplace and no one's ever given them real, honest feedback. And that's hard to hear the first time. I want to quickly say the adults in their lives did it to them. We're the ones who dumbed down the playgrounds. We're the ones who banned sledding because you could get hurt. I mean, that's on the adults. What I do think is important is everyone has a dream. Companies have goals. And I go all over the world talking about this and working with leaders. And I have to say, fewer than 5% of the people I work with have ever heard that there's a science to goal setting, goal setting theory.
So I got to ask you, just got about a minute and a half left. Tim and I do a pretty good job. I'm going to say that. I'm just going to lay it out. I think we do a really...
trophy from Carol. Thank you, Carol.
We do. How can we be better? Like, what would you say is our first step we have to, in terms of setting out goals and being better in what we're doing? What do we do?
Well, we got to listen to Paul better.
We have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Not going to happen. He keeps trying, but you know. But no, but so what? So give us our big first step. Just got about a minute.
Big first step is have a goal, but I have to say I combined all the research is in this one book, Big Goals. So I'm just going to say go get the book. Everything you need is in there, but start with a goal.
Oh, come on, Caroline. Give me 30 seconds of a tip. We know you want us to get the book.
It to you.
No,
goal
tell us.
Setting theory.
First step.
Goal setting theory.
Yeah.
Pardon?
No, first step. Yeah.
First step. Break it into a learning goal or a performance goal, and then check, is it your goal or not? Then look around. Are you brainstorming the right way? What's new? Who's doing it better than you? What's artificial intelligence doing? Who wants you to succeed? Who needs to stay out of your life? What kind of investments do you have to make? Do you have noise and bias in your decision-making process? Do you have good grit? Do you have humility? Do you have patience, passion? And do you have a record board standard for your outcome? So how's that?
That's great. Thank you so much. I wish we had more time, but this was really fun. Caroline Adams-Miller, her new book is Big Goals, The Science of Setting Them, Achieving Them, and Creating Your Best Life. You got to work on that faux grit.
No, real grit.
I know.
Faux grit, not so good.
Yeah, not so good. Not so good. Great way to end up. Listen, everybody, we've got a weekend show coming. You're going to be back on Friday.
The weekend show's Saturday.
I know. I'm jumping the gun.
Okay.
I'm not going to be here on Friday.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Please promote away.
But we highlight our Schwab Impact conference that we were there in about